Chapter 538. 1 against 3. However, the battle here attracted the attention of the Righteous Path Alliance's experts. There's another genius from the Thousand Demon sect over there. He actually comprehended profound. Kill him. 2 elders from the Righteous Path Alliance noticed Xian and hurriedly rushed over. Their strength was not inferior to the last elder that Xian killed. Damn it! Xian's face sank. He was fighting with Windless. If 2 more people came, he would be in trouble. At this time, he was thinking whether he should retreat. After all, if he landed on the ground, no one could catch up to him. Forget it. Retreat first. Xian quickly landed on the ground. He was like a fish in water on the ground. After witnessing the power of profound, Windless did not dare to rashly land on the ground. He could only fly at a low altitude to chase after Xian. As for the other 2, they also surrounded Xian in a pincer attack. Don't land. This brat is very troublesome, Windless loudly reminded. What? Xian was stunned. These 2 were clearly closer to Windless. Why did they team up with him? Was it because of profound? In the next moment, Xian understood. Windless had most likely betrayed the Thousand Demon sect and joined forces with the Righteous Path Alliance. You bastard. I didn't betray you, but you dare to betray me. See if I don't kill you. Xian was enraged. Compared to Windless, he was considered better. At least he was still helping the Thousand Demon sect fight. He retreated while dealing with Windless and the other 2 who were flying at a low altitude. The ground was his home ground. Although the Dragon War Stomp was still ineffective, he still had the Earth Splitter Sword. In the air, Xian's Earth Splitter Sword was very straightforward. However, on the ground, Xian's Earth Splitter Sword could move from the ground, catching the opponent off guard. Coupled with the Earth Pulse, he was evenly matched with the 3. However, the advantage was constantly tilting in Xian's direction. As long as he persevered, victory would be his. His profound is actually so powerful. This brat's attribute conversion definitely didn't surpass 20%, but he was able to fight the 3 of us to a draw. A Righteous Path Alliance elder said enviously. Such a genius must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our 3 great sects will definitely be destroyed. Another elder said, The 2 of you, stop stalling and attack with all your might. Windless shouted. If this dragged on, his demon god phantom would disappear. One had to know that the demon god chapter was different from the bedevilment chapter. The bedevilment chapter could be used twice in a row, but the demon god chapter could only be used once in a short period of time. They had seen how powerful Xian was. If they didn't defeat Xian during this period of time, then they would have no chance of winning. It was very likely that they would be killed by Xian. However, no matter how they attacked, they were unable to break through the earth-splitting sword that contained the Earth Pulse. The battle came to a standstill. About 10 seconds passed. When Windless saw that the 3 of them were still unable to pose a threat to Xian, he couldn't help but think, I can't fight anymore. This brat's true chi is endless. If I continue to fight, the one to die will definitely be me. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated, not even bothering to say hello. What? The other 2 Righteous Path Alliance elders were startled. Good chance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xian suddenly erupted and rushed over, instantly suppressing the 2 elders. Damn brat. He actually dared to attack us. A white-clothed elder angrily cursed. The demon sex people are really unreliable. Let's go. The other elder also shouted. The 2 quickly retreated in a different direction from Windless' escape. They thought that Windless' hatred was definitely higher than theirs, so Xian should chase after Windless. However, they were wrong. Xian was the principle of proximity. As long as these 2 were killed, then Xian's strength would increase again. At that time, he would be able to kill Windless. 2 old men die for me. After reducing the pressure, Xian crazily attacked. Streaks of earthen swords swept out from under the 2 elders' feet. They could only defend with all their strength. However, defending with all their strength was not a long-term solution. Sure enough, 3 seconds after Windless left, One of them was grazed by the earthen sword. His shoulder was instantly petrified and then shattered by the pulse of the earth. Damn it! The elder glanced and discovered that half of his shoulder was gone. Pain welled up in his heart. This was not the main point. The main point was that his right arm was injured, which affected his attacks. While you're sick, I'll take your life. Die. Yixian narrowed his eyes and continuously attacked him with earthen swords. In less than 2 rounds, the elder was blasted to death. Taking advantage of when Yixian attacked his companion, the other elder immediately turned around and left. He wanted to quickly distance himself from Yixian, so he landed on the ground. Just nice, go to hell. Yixian quickly stepped out a few times. The battle dragon's 10 steps, which contained the pulse of the earth, directly shattered the bones in the elder's feet and caused his head to boom. Immediately after, Yixian swept out with earthen sword and cut off his head. Yixian quickly swept over and took away the 2's universe rings. He then swallowed all the earth spirit fruits inside. Ding! The host's earth attribute conversion has increased, currently at 18 points. The increase in realm meant that Yixian's speed had increased by another level. At that moment, Yixian chased after Windless. What? Windless heard the movement behind him. He turned around and was immediately scared silly. 2 elders who were not weaker than him were actually killed by Yixian. How is this possible? Damn it, damn it. Why can this brat comprehend the profound? Why can't I? Windless cursed angrily in his heart. But right now, what he should be worried about was not this problem, but survival. He was a few seconds away from Yixian. If Yixian wanted to catch up to him, he should need to spend a few more seconds. After all, he was also running wildly. Yixian's battle dragon's 10 steps couldn't reach him at this distance. Right at this moment, Windless suddenly saw a figure rushing over in front of him. When he saw the figure's face clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, save me." The figure that was rushing toward Windless was his master, who was also the great elder of the 1,000 Demon sect. After seeing this person, Yixian's face sank. The great elder's realm was about the same as the 2 people just now, but don't forget, the great elder also knew the demon god chapter. If he condensed the demon god phantom, it was definitely not something that Yixian could contend against. Yixian hesitated. He was thinking whether to leave or stay. This Windless almost killed him that day. This enmity must be avenged. But now that a great enemy had arrived, if he didn't leave, his life would be in danger. But at this moment, Yixian glanced out of the corner of his eye and discovered another figure. Chapter 539. Chapter 539. Chapter 539, Chi Deviation. Brat, kill Windless. I'll hold him back. Elder Song shouted from afar. What? Great Elder stared blankly for a moment. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Elder Song had already condensed a demon god phantom and was rushing towards him. Damn it! Great Elder didn't expect Song to suddenly appear. He didn't dare to be negligent and use the demon god chapter. Another demon god phantom descended. Master, save me! Windless smelled the scent of death and hurriedly shouted. The great elder also wanted to save him, but Elder Song suddenly appeared and blocked his path. How could he save him? Yixian was getting closer and closer. Windless' expression also became more and more gloomy because the demon god phantom's duration was about to end. No, I can't die like this. I'm not reconciled. Windless suddenly faced the sky and howled. His entire aura also underwent a transformation. Not good. He's Chi Deviation. Great Elder's mind trembled. He really wanted to rush over and help Windless, but there was no way. He could only watch as Windless' heart was attacked by fire and entered Chi Deviation. So what if he's Chi Deviation? Yixian didn't care at all. Chi Deviation was just a loss of reason. His strength wouldn't become much stronger. Sword of Earth splitting. When he was only a kilometer away from Windless, Yixian made his move. Several swords of earth splitting drilled into the ground and quickly swept below Windless. Whoosh! 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 Although Windless was flying in the air, after the swords of earth splitting were unearthed, they still chopped towards him. The current him was already Chi Deviation. What he wanted to do the most right now was to kill Yixian. Therefore, After he defeated these swords of earth-splitting, he actually rushed back and attacked Yixian. Truly overestimating yourself. Go to hell. Yixian directly swept in front of Windless and slashed out. Bang! Windless forcibly blocked this sword, but in the next instant, the demon god phantom behind him vanished into thin air. The duration of the demon god chapter was over. Die! Yixian's eyes widened. His sword swept out horizontally, chopping off Windless' head. The number 1 genius of the Thousand Demons sect, Windless, had died. Ding! Host's attribute conversion has increased to 19 points. After Yixian devoured the contents of Windless, Yin, and Yang Ring, the system notification rang out once more. The Great Elder had no children, so after accepting Windless as a disciple, he regarded him as his own. Some time ago, in order to let Windless comprehend the Demon God chapter, he did not hesitate to spend a large amount of natural treasures to help him break through. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were huge in quantity, and Wufeng had not used them all yet. Therefore, there was still a lot of stock in his Qinkuan ring. It was a pity that Yixian had benefited them all. Windless. After the Great Elder saw Windless' corpse, his whole body trembled fiercely, as if his son had died. I wanted lives. He was going crazy. If they were to compare realms, he was slightly higher than Elder Song. However, the suppression of realms in the spirit stage wasn't that obvious. The spirit stage looked at attribute affinity, martial arts attainments, and attribute restraints. Of course, it also looked at weapons, combat experience, etc. The Great Elder had the metal attribute, and so did Elder Song. Both of them had the same attribute, and they both knew the Demon God chapter. Therefore, it would be difficult to determine the victor without at least 100 exchanges. But now it was different. Great Elder, if it wasn't for you, Windless would have already died. See if I don't kill you now. The vengeful Yixian gripped his Bahuang sword tightly and rushed forward. But at this moment, rumble, a loud rumbling sound suddenly rang out from the horizon. The Great Elder and Elder Song's expression changed as they suddenly realized something. Not good. The 10,000 Demon Tower has been broken through by the Righteous Alliance. Millions of demons are coming out. Elder Song shouted. What? Yixian frowned. The 10,000 Demon Tower had been broken through? That wasn't important. What was important was that millions of demons were coming out. Damn, this Righteous Alliance is truly vicious. In order to obtain the Demon God chapter, they didn't hesitate to release millions of demons. The Green Rock region is going to be in chaos. Yixian couldn't help but shudder. He was also cursing in his heart. What Righteous Alliance? They were just a bunch of trash that would do anything for their own benefit. But right now, he had to deal with the Great Elder first. Great Elder die. Yixian instantly joined the battle. However, he didn't dare to get too close to the Great Elder. After all, the Great Elder was a super expert who had achieved 30% attribute conversion and knew the Demon God chapter. Although Elder Song was helping, he couldn't let his guard down. If he wasn't careful, he would die. I'll kill you all. The Great Elder's appearance had also become ferocious. His aura was a bit chaotic, as if he was about to go berserk. However, he had cultivated for 100 years and had learned the Demon God chapter for more than 10 years. Thus, he was able to control himself. After Yixian joined the battle, he had a slight advantage in terms of distance. However, it would be difficult to kill the Great Elder in a short period of time. Rumble. The loud noise in the sky grew louder and louder. At this moment, Yixian glanced around and discovered a black mass of demons. They were all demons. Not good. The demon tide is coming. Let's go. Elder Song shouted at Yixian. Before he could finish, the Great Elder roared, "Don't even think about leaving." Yixian killed Windless, and Elder Song was an accomplice. The Great Elder wouldn't let them leave. I'll help you hold him back. You go first. Elder Song shouted. No, I'll leave after I kill him. Yixian wasn't such a coward. Elder Song had saved his life just now. Otherwise, he would have died in the Great Elder's hands. Brat, the Thousand Demon sect is done for. I'm afraid the sect master and Grand Elder are also done for. Hurry up and leave. You can avenge us when you grow stronger in the future. Elder Song shouted. He knew that Yi Xian had comprehended the profound meaning of Earth. Such a genius would definitely stand out. He definitely couldn't die here. No, Yi Xian replied resolutely. Wasn't it just a demon tide? He had reached the 8th floor alone. What was there to be afraid of? As long as he killed the Great Elder, his attribute conversion might increase by 20%. At that time, he could bring Elder Song and kill their way out. Yi Xian's stubbornness gave Elder Song a headache. However, he didn't say anything and continued to attack the Great Elder. A large number of demons broke through the 1,000-demon tower and rushed out like a tide. The entire sky turned dark. Yi Xian assisted in the attack while paying attention to the demon tide. Soon, the demonic tide surged over and surrounded the three of them. The three of them were under great pressure. The Great Elder was the one with the most pressure. He had to fend off Yi Xian and Elder Song while fending off the demons. Chapter 540. Chapter 540. Chapter 540 Annihilation. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Xian also freed up a hand and began to clean up the surrounding demons. Each of his swords of earth splitter could travel thousands of meters, killing hundreds of demons along the way. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to collect those devil orbs. As the three of them fought in the midst of the devil tide, the entire battlefield was completely surrounded by monsters. At the same time, Grand Elder Song and Grand Elder Song's true energy was rapidly depleting. After a while, they would not be able to hold on any longer. Yi Xian, on the other hand, still had a lot of chi left. If not for the continuous use of bedevilment and earth-shattering sword, his chi could have been maintained at its peak. However, this was enough. Elder Song, hold him back. I'll clean up the demons, Yi Xian shouted. His current plan was to have Elder Song delay the Grand Elder while he killed the devil behind Elder Song. As long as the Grand Elder ran out of chi, he would be dead for sure. However, right at that moment, huff huff. Suddenly, two monstrous demonic chi spread out, alarming the three of them. These two auras are... Elder Song frowned. In the next moment, his eyes widened. Oh no, they're here. Them? Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he suddenly came to his senses. They that Elder Song was talking about were probably the two demonic creatures that were suppressed outside the Myriad Magic Hall. One of them was the previous patriarch of the Myriad Demon Sect, while the other was the patriarch's disciple. Of these two, one had turned into a devil because he failed to cultivate the Devil God chapter, while the other had forcefully comprehended the Devil God statue. It was still fine if he was the disciple of the 1,000 Devil Sect leader, but the other was the previous 1,000 Devil Sect leader. His strength had probably surpassed everyone present. Brat, hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. Elder Song shouted. Indeed, if these two demonic creatures attacked, the three of them would most likely die here. However, when Elder Song's voice fell, the first elder's face suddenly sank. Good chance. The demonic chi on the Great Elder's body suddenly surged, and the demonic god's shadow disappeared. Then, the enormous demonic chi condensed into another black figure. The Great Elder had actually abandoned his physical body and chosen to demonize himself into a demonic creature. This scene happened so suddenly that Elder Song couldn't react in time. He continued to attack the Grand Elder's body. In the next moment, Elder Song was possessed by the Grand Elder. What? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the Great Elder's body floating in the air, he immediately reacted. Damn it! He cursed and hurried to catch the Grand Elder's body and devoured the things in his universe ring. Not enough. Brat, run. Elder Song was possessed by the Great Elder, but he still maintained a trace of consciousness and was fighting against the Great Elder. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old man, give up. Elder Song said again. Obviously, the one who spoke this time was the Great Elder. Now, Yi Xian was faced with a huge problem. No, it was a choice. Elder Song was ambushed by the Great Elder, who had transformed into a demonic creature. Although Elder Song's consciousness was still intact, the Great Elder definitely wouldn't give up so easily. Brat, Don't hesitate. Kill me while I'm still conscious, then kill this guy too. If you can't do it, then run. Elder Song said. Xian was thinking as he cleaned up the surrounding demonic creatures. The great elder had transformed into a demonic creature and possessed Elder Song's body. The surrounding demonic creatures had already regarded him as a comrade and no longer attacked him. Instead, they all pounced on Xian. Brat, don't be hasty. Wait until I get this body, then I'll take your life. The great elder said through Elder Song's body. Damn it. After a short moment of consideration, Xian made his decision. Kill. He immediately rushed toward Elder Song and slashed with the Bahuang sword. An ordinary earth-shattering sword pierced through the air. What? The great elder was shocked. He wanted to break away from Elder Song, but he realized that Xian's attack was aimed at Elder Song's arm. To be precise, it was his wrist. Rip! Elder Song's left hand was chopped off. Xian quickly rushed over and kept the yin and yang ring. Ding! The host's attribute conversion has increased to 20 points. 20 points. That was 20%, which was 20%. Xian kept the severed arm and the yin and yang ring and then charged toward Elder Song. This brat is indeed heartless. Although the great elder was in Elder Song's body, he couldn't move his body while the two were fighting. He could only stand in the air like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xian's face was gloomy as he slashed at Elder Song's head. Go! The great elder didn't want to die together with Elder Song, so he directly appeared behind him. Huff! Huff! Seeing this, Xian's right hand paused. At this moment, the Bahuang sword was only half an inch away from Elder Song's head. Old man, it's time for you to die. His expression was cold and gloomy. The moment the first elder appeared, he slashed out with his sword. Earth Pulse! No! Bam! 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 The great elder's demonic body exploded and then disappeared into thin air. His voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Go! After the great elder died, Xian slapped Elder Song's shoulder and quickly landed on the ground, leaving it full speed. This was because he felt an extremely strong demonic aura appear. So strong. This should be the 1,000 Demon sect leader or Supreme Elder. Xian's heart skipped a beat. The Supreme Elder of the 1,000 Demon sect was the old man that Xian saw on the 8th floor. However, Xian felt that this extremely strong demonic aura came from a demonic creature. In other words, one of the 1,000 Demon sect leader or Supreme Elder had turned into a demonic creature. He didn't know if they were possessed or if they were beaten up by the righteous sections. No matter what, Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. Soon, Xian and Elder Song killed their way out of the demonic creature tide. With their strength, these demonic creatures couldn't get close to them at all. These demonic creatures couldn't catch up to them. After losing their vision, they began to scatter in all directions. The Green Cliff region was going to be in chaos. There weren't many living people in the 1,000 Demon sect. Most of the disciples had already fled. Xian and Elder Song killed their way out. At this moment, they were a few thousand miles away from the 1,000 Demon sect. Sigh, I didn't expect that my 1,000 Demon sect's thousands of years of foundation would be destroyed today. Elder Song was very helpless. After stopping, Xian took out his severed hand and handed over a bottle of medicinal powder. At the same time, he also handed over his universe ring. Xian didn't devour everything in Elder Song's yin and yang ring. He only swallowed a few things, and after breaking through 20% of his attributes, he stopped. Chapter 541. Righteous Tao Alliance, Elder Song, what should we do now? Xian couldn't help but ask. The 1,000 Demon sect has been destroyed. Thousands of disciples have either died or escaped. The 10,000 Demon Towers array has been destroyed, and the Demon God statue will fall into the hands of the Righteous Tao Alliance. It's impossible to rebuild the 1,000 Demon sect. Elder Song shook his head. Then Xian frowned. Let's disperse. I'll find a place to train. Tens of millions of demons will cause a lot of trouble for the Green Rock region. Boy, you've comprehended the profound when you're only at the spirit stage. Your future is limitless. If you become stronger in the future, you must avenge the 1,000 Demon sect. Elder Song said helplessly. I will. Xian nodded and asked, Elder Song, can I only learn the Demon God chapter by comprehending the Demon God statue? That's right. When you went to the 10,000 Demon Tower, did you fully comprehend the Demon God statue? Elder Song asked. I fully comprehended all 5. I was only missing the Demon God statue, but I was stopped by the Supreme Elder. Xian said helplessly. If the Supreme Elder didn't stop him, he would have been able to learn the Demon God chapter by just looking at the Demon God statue. At that time, the Righteous Tao Alliance would be destroyed. The 1,000 Demon sect might not have been destroyed. Sigh, the Supreme Elder is so old-fashioned. If you want to enter the 9th floor, you must be personally led by the sect master. That powerful demonic aura, just now, was either from the sect master or the Supreme Elder. Elder Song sighed again. What a pity. Your aptitude is comparable to the founder. If you were to learn the Demon God chapter, you would be stronger than me. You might be able to reverse the situation today. Xian also felt that it was a pity. If he were to obtain the Demon God chapter, he would be able to easily kill the Supreme Elder. Those people from the Righteous Tao Alliance would also become his stepping stones. At that time, his attribute conversion would increase to at least 25 points. Since it's already like this, we have no other choice. I have a good friend in the Yonghua Mountain in the north of the Green Rock region. I'm going to train there. Boy, what about you? Elder Song asked. I'll go and train. Xian said casually. Fine, be careful. If you have any problems, you can find me there, Elder Song said. Xian nodded. Immediately after, Elder Song left. He had also given up hope. Xian had just exited the cliff of myriad demons, so he hadn't seen that scene. However, Elder Song saw that this time, the 3 sects had formed an alliance of the righteous sects and had organized a large number of elites to kill their way in. Among the people who had attacked the 1,000 Demon sect, there were more than 10 of them who had an attribute conversion of 30 or more. Coupled with the Great Elder's interference, the 1,000 Demon sect was completely defeated. The sect master and a few experts retreated into the 1,000 Demon Tower. Because Elder Song was at the Battle Devil platform, not many people came, and he was lucky to survive. Xian looked at his back and shook his head helplessly. Although he wanted to help the 1,000 Demon sect, he didn't know the Demon God chapter. Otherwise, he could have fought with the Righteous Tao Alliance. This was the fate of the 1,000 Demon sect. If he had been a day later, the outcome might have been different. I don't know the Demon God chapter yet. The Demon God statue should have been taken away by the Righteous Tao Alliance. If I want to learn it, this is the only way. Xian thought to himself. There was a way. However, he had to wait. After the Righteous Tao Alliance retreated, he would take his time to plan and see if he could find the Demon God statue. As for the requirement to learn the Demon God chapter, it was nothing. Now, the Righteous Tao Alliance might have entered the 1,000 Demon Cave and recorded the Bedevilment chapter. Therefore, it was very likely that the Bedevilment chapter would be leaked. Of course, it was also possible that it wouldn't, because he had killed all the elders and disciples who went to the cliff of myriad demons. The remaining 3 elders of the 1,000 Demon sect might have directly destroyed the Bedevilment chapter, preventing the Righteous Tao Alliance from obtaining it. However, no matter what, Xian had to get the Demon God statue. How could one give up halfway on the path of martial arts? Immediately, he found a random direction and prepared to wait for a few days. The news of the 1,000 Demon sect's annihilation quickly spread to the various forces in the Green Cliff region. At the same time, the tens of millions of demons made the people in the Green Cliff region feel anxious. At this time, in a city in the Green Cliff region, Wuxia, releasing tens of millions of demons to resist the Righteous Tao Alliance. What a joke. After Xian heard the recent rumors, he couldn't wait to kill his way to the 3 major sects and slaughter them all. If the 3 major sects didn't attack the 1,000 Demon sect and the array of the 1,000 Demon Pagoda, those demons wouldn't have come out. In Xian's heart, these 3 major sects were actually no different from the 1,000 Demon sect. Today, a week had passed since the Thousand Demon Sect's annihilation. After Elder Song left, Yixian found a place to rest for 7 days. He had just entered the city today because he heard the lies made up by the Righteous Tao Alliance. I don't care so much. I must find out where the demonic god statue is. Yixian couldn't be bothered with these rumors and didn't prepare to announce the truth to the world. What he wanted to do now was to find out the exact location of the demonic god statue. After asking around, Yixian found out that the 3 major sects of the Righteous Tao Alliance had merged into a new force called the Righteous Tao Alliance. At the same time, the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters was in the former Thousand Demon Sect. In other words, the demonic god statue was very likely to still be in the Thousand Demon Sect. After hearing this news, Yixian's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart. Damn it! Occupying the land as a king. Immediately, he left for the Thousand Demon Sect. With his current strength, he could be considered the top in the Green Cliff region. As long as he didn't encounter the sect leader or great elder of the Righteous Tao Alliance, he could handle them. A day later, Yixian arrived at the Thousand Demon Sect. Previously, the Thousand Demon Sect was besieged by the Righteous Tao Alliance and was in a mess. However, after the Righteous Tao Alliance's disciples repaired it, it was restored to its former appearance. After arriving at the Thousand Demon Sect, Yixian observed from the clouds in the sky. At the same time, he restrained his aura to avoid being discovered. The Thousand Demon Sect, no, it should be called the Righteous Tao Alliance now. In the Righteous Tao Alliance's headquarters, there were disciples of the 3 major sections. They treated this place as their home. After looking around, Yixian flew to the sky above the Thousand Demon Cliff. He saw that there were actually disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance entering and leaving the Thousand Demon Cave. It seemed that the Tao Heart Demon Seed Technique's bewitching chapter hadn't been destroyed. Chapter 542. Returning to the 10,000 Demons Pagoda, Yixian's eyes shot out 2 beams of light as he charged into the 10,000 Demons Cave. At this time, the formation of the 10,000 Demons Cave had been broken. Even if one came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave, they would not lose their memories of the bedevilment scripture. In an instant, a storm of blood swept through the 10,000 Demons Cave. In this world, the strong were the righteous ones. There were hundreds of disciples in the 10,000 Demons Cave, but their strength was not high. Only 2 elders with 25% attribute conversion were guarding the cave. These people were all killed by Yixian. Not a single one was left alive. As for why the Righteous Path Alliance did not copy the bedevilment scripture, it was because it was personally carved by the founder of the 10,000 Demons Sect. If they copied it on paper, even if there was a mistake, it would mislead the disciples and cause them to go berserk. Since the 10,000 Demons Sect no longer exists, then this bedevilment scripture cannot be left to the Righteous Path Alliance. Yixian thought to himself. He directly dug out the murals and kept them in the devouring space. The Righteous Path Alliance was too careless. The bedevilment scripture was the foundation of the demon god scripture. Yixian could not understand why they only sent 2 elders to guard it. However, just as he came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave, he coincidentally bumped into a group from the Righteous Path Alliance. Who are you? One of the leading elders asked in surprise. I'm here to collect the bedevilment scripture. Yixian did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? The elder and the group of people behind him were all shocked. Collect the bedevilment scripture? Damn it, quickly go and take a look. The elder's expression changed. He hurriedly ordered someone to enter the 10,000 Demons Cave to check. Soon, that person came out of the 10,000 Demons Cave with a face as if he had eaten stinky tofu. Elder, the bedevilment scripture is gone. The disciple replied. I told you, I've collected the bedevilment scripture. You want to find him to copy the murals, right? Yixian's gaze suddenly fell on an elder in the group. Indeed, the Righteous Path Alliance wanted to copy the bedevilment scripture completely, so they found a skilled painter. But who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, the bedevilment chapter would disappear? You destroyed the bedevilment chapter? The elder asked with a gloomy expression. Guess? Yi Xian smiled as he took off his interspatial ring and tossed it over. The elder took a look. Damn it, there was nothing. Capture him! The elder roared furiously. However, at this moment, pa! Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward. Plop, plop, plop. The dozen or so righteous path disciples behind this elder fell to the ground one after another. Their heads had already been shattered by Yi Xian. The might of the war dragon's 10 steps, which had fused with the throbbing pulse of the earth, was terrifying. A single stomp had killed so many people. What? The Righteous Tao Alliance's elder and the painter were both shocked. The former quickly reacted and took out a long sword, charging towards Yi Xian. Just now, if Yi Xian wanted to kill him, he would definitely be able to break his legs with a single kick. However, Yi Xian did not do so because he wanted to know the whereabouts of the demon god statue. This elder's attribute conversion had also exceeded 30%, so his strength was not bad. However, this kind of strength was not enough in front of Yi Xian. Bedevilment, sort of the earth splitting. Yi Xian casually struck out with his sword, colliding with the other party's flaming sword chi. Fire countered earth, but Yi Xian's attack did not fall into a disadvantage at all. Bam! The two true chi collided, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already rushed to the elder's side and slashed out twice. Rip! Rip! Two crisp sounds rang out. The elder's two arms fell to the ground, but there was no blood because the wounds had already been petrified. At this moment, Yi Xian had already placed the Bahuang sword on the elder's neck. Where's the demon god statue? Yi Xian asked coldly. It was only now that the elder realized that he had been knocked unconscious by the dragon battling stomp. After regaining his senses, he could not help but reveal a look of horror. He had already converted more than 30% of his attributes, but he could not resist at all. How is this possible? Kill me if you want. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance had a backbone. I know even if you don't say it. It's on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, right? Yi Xian continued. As soon as he said this, the elder's face twitched. Sure enough, it was on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. Rip! A head was tossed into the air with a crisp sound. This elder from the Righteous Path Alliance was dead. It's indeed on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. It seems that the demon god statue cannot be moved. Otherwise, why would the Righteous Path Alliance establish their headquarters here? Yi Xian thought to himself as he picked up the surrounding yin and yang rings. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 21%. After killing so many people, it only increased by 1 point. It was getting harder and harder to level up. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly and turned to look at the painter who was only at the peak of the heavenly vein stage. I won't kill you. Go. This painter was only invited here and did not do anything, so Yi Xian could not be bothered to kill him. From the beginning until now, this painter had not breathed a single breath. Now that he heard this, he immediately ran away, pissing his pants in fear. Yi Xian looked at his back as he left, then flew up and rushed toward the Myriad Demons Pagoda. The demon god statue was still on the 9th floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, so Yi Xian had to take a look. However, there was a hidden passage in the Myriad Demons Cliff. He did not know if it would work. He wanted to check it out, but he still could not enter. It seemed that he could only break through the 1st floor of the Myriad Demons Pagoda. However, before he reached the Myriad Demons Pagoda, he heard a loud rumbling sound. It's coming from the mountain gate? Yi Xian suddenly frowned. Then, the disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance below gathered and flew toward the mountain gate. It seemed that something big had happened. Could it be that the escaped disciples and elders of the Myriad Demon sect have gathered to counterattack the Righteous Path Alliance? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. If that was the case, it would be too much of a coincidence. This trick of luring the enemy away allowed him to easily enter the 9th floor and see the demon god statue. He hurried to the top of the Myriad Demons Pagoda, waited for a while, and then rushed in. However, he did not expect that the array of the Myriad Demons Pagoda was still there. He had no choice but to take out the token from that day and enter. It seems that the array has been repaired. There might be an expert guarding it. Xian entered the myriad demons pagoda carefully. As expected, there were still demons in the myriad demons pagoda. The last time he entered the myriad demons pagoda, his attribute conversion was not even half. This time, his attribute conversion was more than 20%. In less than half an hour, he killed his way from the first floor to the fourth floor. Chapter 543. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Demonic God, Statue, Xian snuck into the vicinity of the safe zone. As expected, there were disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance guarding the safe zone. However, the 1,000 Demon Sect had only been destroyed for less than 10 days, so no one had learned the bedevilment technique yet. Hence, no one had come to comprehend the replica of the demonic god. At that moment, Xian quickly rushed over and killed all of them. Then, he rushed to the 5th floor. As expected, there were still people guarding it. Kill. The Righteous Path Alliance, formed by the 3 great sects, could release so many demons to massacre the 1,000 demon sect for their own benefits. Hence, Xian would not be polite to them. There were people guarding the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors, but they were all killed by Xian. Now that Xian had returned to the 8th floor, he had to be more careful. That was because the entrance to the 9th floor from the 8th floor might be guarded by people like the Supreme Elder of the 1,000 Demon Sect. Xian cautiously approached the entrance to the 9th floor. As expected, there was a figure guarding the entrance to the 9th floor. He squinted his eyes and saw that it was an old man wearing the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance. His aura was powerful, and he had probably converted more than 35% of his attributes. So strong. With him guarding the entrance, it won't be easy to reach the 9th floor. Xian could feel the strength of the old man. He immediately thought about whether he could use a diversion to lure the old man away. He took out a bunch of puppets from the devouring system and ordered them to advance in a certain direction. When the puppets encountered the demons, they were immediately killed without leaving a single one behind. The sound of the battle fell into the ears of the Righteous Path Alliance's expert, but he did not move. The entrance to the 9th floor could be considered a safe zone, so the old man was too lazy to care about it. However, he still opened his eyes because he should be the only one in the 8th floor. Why were the demons rioting? It's useless. Since that's the case, I can only force my way through. Xian took out the Bahuang sword and charged out with a wave of energy. Remnants of the 1,000 demon sect. The old man's eyes suddenly widened, and 2 beams of light shot out. His figure flashed as he charged forward. Earth-shattering sword. An earth-shattering sword that contained the earth's pulse swept out. The old man was shocked. He could feel that this sword was extraordinary, and he immediately used all his strength to block it. Bang! His Chaos Demon Sect Alliance's sect was Earth Demon Sect's technique was, and with the Earth and Earth's realm, even if the earth-shattering Earth, the sect's Earth's Earth technique, it would not threaten him. However, Xian's current goal wasn't to kill him, but to enter the 9th floor. Profound. It's actually a profound. There's actually such a genius in the 1,000 Demon Sect. The old man was astonished. In the next moment, he was God, demon. By mortal sect. Was demon, was Mac and Technique sect. However, he did not use the Battle Dragon Stomp. After all, that was his trump card. So strong. If you are allowed to grow, the entire Righteous Tao Alliance will be destroyed by your hands. You must die. The old man did not hesitate and used all his skills to deal with Xian. In an instant, the 2 of them fought fiercely. The sound of the battle echoed in the 8th floor and even reached the ground. I can't drag this out. If the experts of the Alliance of Righteous Sects come in, I'll be in trouble. Xian's eyes flashed. When the old man stepped on the ground to avoid the earth-shattering sword, he suddenly took a step forward. 10 steps of the War Dragon. Earth's Pulse. Boom! An extremely strong chi flowed along the ground and blasted towards the old man. The old man was unable to react in time, and his legs were numb from the impact. Fortunately, he was experienced in battle and only used the tip of his foot when he ran, so his injuries were not serious. Due to the huge gap in their realms, and the fact that this step was not enhanced by the 8 Desolate Sword, it only caused a little trouble for the old man. However, this little bit of time was very precious to Yi Xian. Charge! Yi Xian took advantage of the old man's stunned state and rushed towards the entrance of the 9th floor. You're really here for the demon god statue. Idiot, the demon god statue has a powerful formation that can't be destroyed or taken away. What's the use of you going in? The old man did not care at all and chased after him. He understood the difficulty of cultivating the demon god chapter. Since the establishment of the Thousand Demon Sect, there were probably no more than 500 people who had learned the demon god chapter. One had to know that the Thousand Demon Sect had a history of more than 5,000 years. On average, there were only 10 people in 100 years. Only one person would learn the demon god chapter every 10 years. Therefore, he did not think that Yi Xian would be able to do anything in there. However, how could he have known that Yi Xian had a very bugged system? Yi Xian was very fast. At full speed, his speed surpassed the old man. He rushed into the entrance of the 9th floor and then went all the way down. Finally, he arrived at the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. There were no living creatures on the 9th floor of the Thousand Demon Pagoda. The place was not big, and there was a 10-meter-tall statue in the middle. This was the demon god statue. The statue was personally carved by the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect, a virtual god realm elite. I finally see it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he focused his gaze on the demon god statue. Suddenly, his head swelled a little. If an ordinary person looked at the demon god statue, they would go crazy. Only those who had comprehended the first 5 parts of the demon god were qualified to comprehend it. Although Yi Xian had already comprehended the first 5 parts, his realm was not enough, so there were some side effects. It's just a headache. Copy it for me. Yi Xian did not care about anything else as he stared at the demon god statue. Ding! Discovered the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique, Demon God Chapter. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Beginning copy. Current completion rate is 51%. The system notification rang in Yi Xian's head continuously. The copy required time, and the completion rate was slowly increasing. F***CK, I thought I could finish copying it in one go. Yi Xian cursed. At this time, the experts from the Alliance of Righteous Sects had also reached the 9th floor. Do you think I can't do anything to you now that you're on the 9th floor? Calm heart mantra. The old man snorted in his heart. Yi Xian glanced at the old man and was shocked when he saw that the old man dared to stare at the demon god statue. Looks like this old man has some method to not go crazy. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged forward. When they were on the 8th floor, Yi Xian and the old man were evenly matched. Now that they were on the 9th floor, Yi Xian was actually weaker. Why? Because he had to divert his attention. He had to fight while looking at the demon god statue. Otherwise, the completion rate would not increase. You're affected by the demon god statue. Go to hell. This is the 160th chapter, which has greatly exceeded the 100 chapters that Moonfall promised. Now, Moonfall did not have a single chapter left. The hundreds of chapters that were released in October were the chapters that Moonfall had saved for 4 months. Moonfall needed 2 hours to write a chapter. She wrote very slowly, only 3 to 5 chapters a day. Because she had to eat, sleep, and other chores, she could not sit in front of the computer and write all day. Furthermore, Moonfall still needs to save some chapters. After all, I often have power outages and can't connect to the broadband. I hope everyone can understand. Chapter 544. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Demon God Chapter. You've been affected by the Demon God statue. Go to hell. When the old man realized that Yi Xian's strength had decreased, his aura surged, and he launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. 80%, 81%, 82%. In the Devouring system, the completion of the Demon God Chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God Chapter was increasing. In a while, it would be completed. Little bastard, go to hell. The old man suddenly stopped and swung his right hand wildly. Streaks of flaming sword auras slashed towards Yi Xian. The speed of the attacks was twice as fast as before. Oh no! Seeing this, Yi Xian's figure stopped as well. He instantly reformed the Bahuang sword into the Bahuang shield and stood in front of him. Earth Pulse. A strange power was attached to the Bahuang shield. One after another, the flaming sword beams shot forward. First, some of them were shaken away by the earth impulse before striking the Octotera shield. The Bahuang sword was an empty god weapon. It was a weapon used by an empty god realm expert. How could it be destroyed by such an attack? Boom! 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 18 streaks of sword auras landed on the Bahuang shield, but did not hurt Yi Xian at all. How is this possible? The old man was stunned. His series of attacks was enough to kill anyone in the Green Cliff territory. However, Yi Xian was actually able to completely withstand it. That sword, the old man frowned and exclaimed, an empty god weapon? Hearing these 3 words, Yi Xian's mind trembled as well. As expected, an expert from a top sect in a high-level territory recognized the Bahuang sword. So what if he recognized it? Yi Xian snorted and admitted to it. Indeed, it was useless to recognize it, as they were in a battle of life and death. At this moment, there was only 5% of the Demon God chapter of the Taoist Heart Demon God chapter left. In a while, Yi Xian would be able to learn the Demon God chapter. Die, brat. The old man's eyes turned red. If he could obtain this Bahuang sword, he could become the strongest in the Green Cliff region. The Bahuang sword must be obtained. Die. He then shot out 18 flaming sword chis at Yi Xian, each stronger than the last. However, Yi Xian used the Octotera shield to block with all his might. It had to be said that the throbbing pulse of the world was simply too useful. If it hadn't been for the throbbing pulse of the world shaking off a large portion of the power of the fiery sword chi, he probably wouldn't have been able to block it and would definitely have been sent flying. 98%, 99%. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique. Demonic God Chapter about to be copied into the devouring system. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly rushed toward the old man. You are courting death. His actions were exactly what the old man wanted. But at this moment, 100%, ding, Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique, Demonic God Chapter. Copy successful. Do you want to learn it? Yes, ding, successfully learned. After several twists and turns, Yi Xian finally learned this super powerful martial art. Now it was time for him to explode. Demonic God Shadow appear. As Yi Xian rushed forward with the Octotera shield, a demonic aura that even the old man was wary of suddenly surged out of his body. Immediately after, it condensed into a demonic god shadow behind Yi Xian. Tao Heart Demonic Seed Technique. Demonic God Chapter. Yi Xian's aura instantly skyrocketed. What? The old man was once again stunned. Previously, Yi Xian was only possessed. Now he was using the Demonic God Chapter. How is this possible? Could it be that he comprehended it on the spot? That was even more impossible. However, there was no time for him to think, because Yi Xian was already in front of him. Octotera Sword. Yi Xian instantly disintegrated the Octotera shield and reformed it into the Octotera sword. Then, he slashed with the sword. Bam! The old man forcibly received the sword and was immediately sent flying. At this moment, his face was filled with horror. It's over. Die. Yi Xian's expression froze. He swept the sword with lightning speed and cut off the old man's head. Dead. This old man was a high-ranking figure in the alliance of the Orthodox sects. His position was second only to the sect leaders of the 3 major sects. However, today he died at the hands of Yi Xian. Ha! Yi Xian threw his head back and laughed loudly. The Demonic God Chapter was indeed extraordinary. The old man, who was evenly matched with him just now, was instantly killed after he used the Demonic God Chapter. This was the difference between the Bewitched Chapter and the Demonic God Chapter. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased, currently at 23 points. The old man was extremely wealthy. After all, he was an expert who had cultivated in seclusion for decades. He was specially invited by the 3 major sects to guard the demonic god statue. Unfortunately, All these things were taken advantage of by Yixian. After the old man died, Yixian's gaze fell on the demonic god statue again. This demonic god statue was personally carved by the patriarch of the Thousand Demons sect using himself as a template. He then merged the demonic god chapter into the demonic god statue. However, this demonic god statue was surrounded by a powerful array. Ordinary people would not be able to break through it or move it. Forget it. There are still disciples of the Thousand Demons sect outside. I'll go out and take a look. If I could get it back, this demonic god statue won't have to be destroyed. Yixian thought to himself. After all, he had already put away the bewitched chapter. It was useless for ordinary people to take the demonic god statue. Immediately, Yixian quickly left through the hidden passage on the 8th floor. Soon, he returned to the surface. Rumble. The Thousand Demons sect was still in the midst of a war. This time, the ones who came to attack the alliance of the Orthodox sects were indeed the disciples and elders of the Thousand Demons sect. Although the Thousand Demons sect was the headquarters of the alliance of the Orthodox sects, there were not many people who stayed here. Most of them were still in their own sections. The alliance was actually just for show. If it was related to benefits, this alliance would most likely collapse in an instant. Yixian turned his head to look. At this time, there was a huge amount of demonic qi in the Thousand Demons sect. He immediately rushed towards the Thousand Demons sect. Soon, he saw the scene of a chaotic battle. Yixian felt a few powerful auras. In this group of experts who attacked the alliance of the Orthodox sects, there were two who could use the demonic god chapter. He squinted his eyes and looked. One of the people who used the demonic god chapter was a middle-aged woman. She was Elder Water of the Thousand Demons sect. As for the other person, Yixian recognized him. The sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect. However, the Thousand Demons sect leader's left sleeve was empty. It should have been cut off by someone. Unexpectedly, the sect leader is still alive. It seems that the Thousand Demons sect is not completely destroyed. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged in. What? The few people who were fighting with the alliance of the Orthodox sects all turned their heads one after another when they felt the huge amount of demonic qi. Immediately after, they saw Yixian, who was surrounded by the phantom of a demon god, quickly charge over. Chapter 545. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Revenge. What? It's him? The Thousand Demons sect leader was shocked as he recognized Yixian. But what made him even more surprised was that there was a demon god behind Yixian. Didn't that mean that Yixian had learned the demon god chapter? What a high aptitude! Our Thousand Demons sect will definitely prosper in his hands. The Thousand Demons sect leader and the other experts' eyes lit up. At this moment, the Thousand Demons sect leader and Elder Shui were fighting with two experts from the Righteous Path Alliance. Thus, Yixian had no opponent. What bullshit Righteous Path Alliance? Go to hell. Yixian shouted and directly killed his way into the crowd. Anyone who wore the uniform of the Righteous Path Alliance was his target. Not good, Run. The crowd exploded as the experts of the Righteous Path Alliance fled in all directions. What kind of joke was this? Yixian's aura alone was comparable to hundreds of Thousand Demons sect disciples. Who could stop such an expert? Yixian's eyes turned black as he began to kill his enemies crazily. This time, the Thousand Demons sect only sent close to 1,000 people, which was organized by the Thousand Demons sect leader with great difficulty. These people might not be able to take down the Thousand Demons sect, but with the addition of Yixian, this matter was much more stable. Go! The two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance looked at each other and chose to retreat at the same time. Want to leave? The Thousand Demons sect leader and Elder Shui did not want to let these two big fish go and immediately entangled them. Ever since Yixian joined the battle, the situation of the battle had been reversed instantly. Yixian had only entered for 3 seconds, but he had already killed hundreds of people. The remaining disciples of the Righteous Path Alliance no longer had the intention to fight and fled crazily. Thus, Yixian was too lazy to chase after them. Instead, he retreated and rushed toward the Thousand Demon sect leader. These two experts of the Righteous Path Alliance were comparable to hundreds of people each. This was a huge amount of experience. Swish! Yixian's speed had already surpassed everyone present. In just a second, he had caught up with the Thousand Demon sect leader and the others. Oh no! The two experts from the Righteous sects paled in an instant. Just now, they were already unable to defeat the other party in a 2-on-2 situation. Now that Yixian, who was even stronger than the sect leader of the Thousand Demon sect, had appeared, wouldn't it be over for them? You two go to hell. Yixian's eyes flashed as he unleashed an earth-shattering sword imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth. This sword tore through space, causing the wind to whistle. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Person. This expert from the Righteous Tao Alliance wanted to block, but he was restrained by the Thousand Demon sect leader. A crisp sound rang out. The upper half of this expert's body was separated from the lower half. The wound was instantly petrified and then exploded. However, this was not enough to cause him to die. Profound meaning of Earth. The Thousand Demon sect leader was shocked. While he was still in shock, Yixian unleashed another sword strike. This time, he killed his opponent. Yixian quickly rushed over and took the universe ring, but he was unable to break through. Then, he focused his attention on the other person. Now it was 3 against 1. Earth-shattering sword. The other person wanted to dodge, but with the Thousand Demon sect leader and Elder Shui holding him back, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the brownish-yellow sword Qi entered his body and exploded. Dead. As usual, Yixian went over and kept the universe ring. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 24 points. Not only that, his Earth attribute affinity had increased to epic grade, which was an unexpected gain. How did you learn the demonic god chapter? After the two experts from the Righteous Tao Alliance died, the Thousand Demon sect leader could not help but ask. Naturally, it's from comprehending the demonic god statue. Yixian answered directly. Comprehending the demonic god statue. The Thousand Demon sect leader was very surprised. Previously, he allowed Yixian to enter the Thousand Demon Pagoda so that Yixian could train on the first and second levels of the pagoda. He did not expect Yixian to be able to kill his way through. If he wanted to comprehend the demonic god statue, he would have to fully comprehend the 5 parts of the demonic god statue. Monster. He's really a monster. The Thousand Demon sect leader and Elder Shui thought in unison. Yixian was too lazy to talk nonsense and killed his way back. After all, there were still many people from the Righteous Tao Alliance. These were all experience points. The Thousand Demon sect leader and Elder Water did the same. As for the details, it was better to wait until the end of this battle. But overall, the outcome of this battle had been decided. In less than half a minute, the group of disciples from the Righteous Tao Alliance were all killed. At least, there were no more Righteous Tao Alliance members in sight. The Thousand Demon sect had taken it back, but this was not the end. Yixian, although the 10,000 Demon sect has been taken back, the Righteous Path Alliance has not collapsed. If my 10,000 Demon sect wants to continue surviving in the Green Cliff region, we must eliminate those 3 sects. The Thousand Demon sect leader said to Yixian. Sect leader, you mean? Yixian narrowed his eyes. We will split into 3 groups and kill our way into the Holy Fire Peak, Yin and Yang Manor, and Flame Dragon sect. We will kill their higher-ups and force them to disband. The Thousand Demon sect leader said, splitting into 3 groups. Yixian narrowed his eyes. There were not many experts left in the Thousand Demon sect, but the fewer people there were, the better. If they could not win, they could retreat safely. Elder Song is not dead yet. He's in the Yonghua Mountain in the north of the Green Cliff region. Yixian suddenly said, Oh, that's great. If we can find him, our chances of winning will be higher. The Thousand Demon sect leaders' eyes lit up. If 4 experts who knew the Demon God chapter charged into the 3 sects, they would not be able to resist at all unless the experts of the 3 sects gathered together. In that case, I'll go to the Holy Fire Peak. Yi Xian said. You're going alone? Elder Shui asked in shock. You should go with Elder Song. I think it's better to take a step back and split into two groups. It's safer. The Thousand Demon Sect leader was a little worried. Yi Xian was the future of the Thousand Demon Sect. Even if he died, Yi Xian must not die. No need. I alone am enough to destroy them. Yi Xian shook his head. Going with Elder Song? What a joke. He could travel day and night without stopping. It would be a burden to bring another person with him. Moreover, his strength had already surpassed the Thousand Demon Sect leader. Why would he need to team up with others? After seeing the determined expression on Yi Xian's face, the Thousand Demon Sect leader and Elder Shui looked at each other. Chapter 546. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Exterminate the Righteous Path. All right, Elder Shui nodded before he turned around and left. I'll go too, Yi Xian said to the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect. His plan was to exterminate two sects by himself. However, the Thousand Demon Sect needed a large amount of resources to continue its development, so he left one sect behind. Be careful. If you encounter a strong enemy, remember not to fight head-on. Retreat if you can. The sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect reminded him. Immediately, Yi Xian left the Thousand Demon Sect. This time, his target was the Holy Fire Peak of the Righteous Path Alliance. If he had enough time, he would also exterminate the Flame Dragon Sect, which was closer to the Holy Fire Peak. As for the Yin and Yang Mansion, he would leave it to the Thousand Demon Sect. After leaving the Myriad Demon Sect, Yi Xian madly dashed towards the Sacred Fire Peak. It took him about a day and a half to reach a scorching hot mountain. The Holy Fire Peak was the top power in the Green Rock region. Most of the disciples in the sect were of the fire attribute, so they preferred hot places. The last expert from the Righteous Path Alliance who was killed by Yi Xian was the Great Elder of the Holy Fire Peak. The Great Elder's strength was much weaker than Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had another breakthrough, no one could be bothered to stop him. He rushed to the front of the Holy Fire Peak. Then a monstrous demonic aura gushed out from his body. Demon God Shadow. Kill. Yi Xian killed his way into the Holy Fire Peak. In an instant, the Holy Fire Peak stirred up a storm of blood. His goal was to kill the higher-ups of the Holy Fire Peak, so he showed mercy to the disciples. He only took their interspatial rings, not their lives. Soon, his actions attracted the attention of the experts of the Holy Fire Peak. No. To be precise, it was the monstrous demonic aura that forced the experts of the Holy Fire Peak to stop their actions. What a strong demonic aura. Could it be the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect who escaped before? Damn it, this guy actually killed his way in. Quick, gather and fight the enemy. The elders of the Holy Fire Peak quickly gathered. They could feel the monstrous demonic aura moving toward them. When they saw who was the source of the demonic aura, they were astonished. It wasn't the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect. Yes? Just as well, let's kill them all. Yi Xian's killing intent was revealed. Ever since he'd killed his way into the Sacred Fire Peak, he hadn't killed a single person. Now it was time for a massacre. Go! The Peak Master of the Sacred Fire Peak shouted. He didn't care about anything else and would kill Yi Xian first. As soon as he gave the order, more than a dozen elders from the Holy Fire Peak charged out. However, their only mistake was that they did not control their chi to fly. Is Dragon's 10 steps? Earth's art. Yi Xian's feet quickly stepped on the floor a few times. Immediately after, the heads of the dozen or so elders rumbled. Other than the sect master of the Sacred Fire Peak, no one else remained clear-headed. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian took advantage of this opportunity and slashed out more than 10 swords in a second, killing all the elders. He killed more than 10 elders in a second. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak trembled at the sight. Esoteric. This is the Earth Esoteric. He actually knows Esoteric. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was shocked. In the next moment, his face turned ferocious. How dare you kill them? I'll kill you. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak shouted. However, his strength was only about the same as the elder guarding the demon god statue. Facing Yixian, he had no power to fight back. Earth-shattering sword. Bang! The elders were killed in a second, and the peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was also killed by Yixian's sword. It was an instant kill. So weak. Yixian sighed inwardly. The peak leader of the Holy Fire Peak was a top expert in the Green Rock region, but he had encountered Yixian. Yixian had learned the Demon God chapter and comprehended the earth-throbbing pulse. It was a piece of cake for him to kill someone who was more than 10 levels higher. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 25. It was getting harder and harder to level up. So many interspatial rings had only increased his level by 1 level. However, if he went to destroy the Yin and Yang mansion, he should be able to level up again. But before that, he had to take care of the remaining matters first. The remaining matters naturally referred to the disciples' interspatial rings. The Holy Fire Peak is finished. The peak leader is dead. Everyone run. Run. This is a demon. Everyone run. The disciples of the Holy Fire Peak were shouting crazily. At the same time, Yixian was shuttling between them, snatching their interspatial rings. It was perfectly justified to kill and steal. Yixian only snatched the interspatial rings and did not kill anyone. He had done his duty. After ransacking the entire sect, Yixian immediately left and rushed to the Yin and Yang mansion. The Yin and Yang mansion was quite close to the Holy Fire Peak. It only took Yixian a day to reach the Yin and Yang mansion. He immediately used the Demon God chapter and killed his way in. Enemy attack. The Yin and Yang mansion also stirred up a storm of blood. They were slower than the Holy Fire Peak, and the elders came to their deaths one by one. Yixian collected the interspatial rings, and his strength increased little by little. At this moment, in a large hall of the Yin and Yang mansion, the higher-ups of the Yin and Yang mansion were receiving a young man in white. Young Master Lu is really amazing to represent the Green Rock region in the 100 Territory Summit that is held once every 5 years in the Luoxia region. The Lord of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. You flatter me. Xiaoyu is just lucky. The young man in white said with a smile. Young Master Lu is too modest. You're not even 30 years old, but you've already achieved 40% attribute conversion. I'm ashamed of my inferiority. The Lord of the Yin and Yang mansion said helplessly. Yes, I feel that young Master Lu will definitely stand out this time. At that time, if someone from Warlord Palace takes a fancy to you and you join them, you'll have a bright future even though you'll only be a palace guard first. The great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion said with a smile. Warlord Palace. After hearing these 3 words, everyone present revealed a look of yearning. Seniors, you flatter me. Xiaoyu is going to Luoxia region this time. It's a long journey. I hope that I can stay here for the night and continue my journey tomorrow, the young man in white said with a smile. No problem. I'll have someone prepare a place for young Master Lu. The great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion stood up. However, at this moment, rumble, a loud sound entered everyone's ears, causing them to frown. What's going on? Who's fighting? They all thought at the same time. However, in the next instant, their brows tightly furrowed because they felt an aura that caused all of their hearts to palpitate. Demonic Qi. Chapter 547. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Lu Xiaoyu. In fact, when they sensed the demonic qi, everyone present had already guessed what it was. The sect leader and the elders of the Yin and Yang mansion quickly got up. They did not dare to relax, because the demon qi was so powerful that everyone had to go out and take a look. Young Master Lu, please wait here for a moment. The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion said to the young man in white. It's okay. I'll go too. I want to see who is so bold to come in broad daylight. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. Without further ado, they quickly rushed out of the hall and flew in the direction of the demon qi. Soon, they saw a black figure wandering around the Yin and Yang mansion without any scruples. Who is that? They were very surprised. They had already eliminated the biggest devil sect in the Green Rock region. Could the person with the demon god's apparition behind him be the escaped sect leader of the 1,000 Demon sect? How dare you be so presumptuous in our Yin and Yang mansion? The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted. However, when he saw the person's face clearly, he realized that it was not the sect leader of the Thousand Demons sect, but a young man. They've gathered together again? Great! Yi Xian's eyes flashed, but he did not rush forward. He was waiting for those people to land. Listen up, people of the Yin and Yang mansion. Today is the day that your sect will be wiped out. Yi Xian shouted arrogantly. How arrogant! Kill! The sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion shouted and quickly landed. I'm waiting for you to land. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he took a few steps toward the ground. Dragon's 10 steps. Earth pulsation. In an instant, the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and several elders fainted. When they woke up, there was a slash breaking through the ground. What? The suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion froze. He quickly moved to block the strike. However, the others were not as lucky as him. The others, including the great elder of the Yin and Yang mansion, were all dead. This scene stunned the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion and the young man in white in the air. Throbbing pulse of the earth. That's the throbbing pulse of the earth. He actually comprehended the profound truths of earth. The white-clothed youth's eyes widened. He thought that he was the most talented person in the Green Rock region, but he never thought that there would be another person who was even more monstrous than him. Those who were able to comprehend the mysteries of an attribute at the spirit stage were all geniuses that were one in a million. Who is he? The young man in white thought to himself. At this moment, Yi Xian made his move again. Once I kill you, my mission will be complete. On the ground, Yi Xian took a few heavy steps forward. As long as he killed the lord of the Yin and Yang prefecture, he would be able to avenge the Thousand Demons sect. No, the suzerain of the Yin and Yang prefecture knew how powerful Yi Xian was. He immediately flew up and turned to flee. Swish! An earth-splitting sword that contained the earth-throbbing pulse broke through the air and swept toward the sect leader of the Yin and Yang mansion. Just as the earth-splitting sword was about to kill the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion, the young man in white finally made his move. The young man in white in the air took out his long sword and slashed at the earth-splitting sword. A flaming sword chi shot out and collided head-on with the earth-splitting sword. Boom! When the two genuine chis collided, they immediately exploded and sent the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion flying. What? Yi Xian was shocked. He did not notice the young man in white earlier, and thought that the young man in white was also from the Yin and Yang mansion. However, he did not expect the young man in white to be so powerful. His attribute conversion had probably reached 40%. Who is it? Yi Xian frowned and asked subconsciously. The people of the demon sect are so arrogant. Die. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, swooped down. Since the other party did not answer, Yi Xian did not want to ask anymore. He first rushed in front of the elders and took off all their interspatial rings. Then, he went up to face Lu Xiaoyu. In an instant, the two of them began to fight. After 3 rounds, both of them were secretly impressed by each other's strength. Where did this person come from? I have never heard of such a powerful disciple in the Yin and Yang mansion. He must not be from the Yin and Yang mansion. Yi Xian guessed in his heart. There were 2 reasons why he thought so. First, the young man in white was far more powerful than the suzerain of the Yin and Yang mansion. Second, if he was a disciple of the Yin and Yang mansion, he would have fought with the suzerain and elders instead of watching from the air. Therefore, Yi Xian concluded that he was from another power. However, only the Lord's mansion of the Green Rock Hill could cultivate such a young master. Or it could be someone from another high-grade territory who came to visit the Yin and Yang mansion. One of them was using fire, while the other was using earth. Although his attributes were suppressed, Yi Xian relied on the Bahuang sword and earth pulse to fight the young man in white, who was more than 10 levels above him. The young man in white was very surprised. He knew that Yi Xian used the Demon God chapter of the Tao Heart Demon Seed technique. However, he had heard that the Thousands Demon sect had been destroyed. Where did Yi Xian come from? Most importantly, If the Thousands Demon sect had such a powerful genius, the three sects of the Yin and Yang Mansion should have been destroyed long ago. Boom, boom, boom. As the two fought, they moved quickly. They fought from the center of the Yin and Yang Mansion to the east, then from the east to the north. In the end, they fought out of the Yin and Yang Mansion. During this time, Yi Xian's Demon God chapter was interrupted once. Fortunately, his recovery speed was fast and his genuine qi could keep up. However, in the 100th round of their fight, this guy can't be so powerful. The young man in white, Lu Xiaoyu, finally reacted. At this moment, his attention fell on Yi Xian's right hand. The Bahuang sword. Ethereal divine weapon. This must be an ethereal divine weapon. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes widened. A ethereal divine weapon was a weapon used by ethereal god realm experts. Among the more than 10 high-grade territories in the Luoxia region, no one had heard of an ethereal divine weapon. Only the Luoxia region, where the Luoxia region's dominator lived, had an ethereal divine weapon. It's an ethereal divine weapon. If I can get this ethereal divine weapon, I can stand out in the 100 Territory Summit and join the Warlord Palace. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes were red, and his attacks became more and more violent. You finally found the Bahuang sword? After seeing his expression, Yi Xian immediately understood. However, he only found it after 100 rounds. His reaction was a little too slow. Perhaps he thought it was impossible. Humph, I've been fighting with this guy for so long. My genuine qi is recovering faster than my genuine qi. Even if I use the Demon God chapter, I can fight indefinitely. Let's see how long you can last. Yi Xian thought to himself. Chapter 548. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin scene, Jiang Tianjin again, boom. Boom, boom. The two exchanged dozens of blows. Now, the youth in white had used up half of his qi. This kid is clearly relying on the ethereal divine weapon and ultimacy to fight me. Why does it seem like his qi won't run out? Lu Xiaoyu's brows furrowed. He felt a little uneasy. If there was still no winner after another 100 rounds, he would be in danger. Although it was dishonorable to win by attrition, it was also part of Yi Xian's strength. In this world where the strong were respected, the strong were the righteous. As long as one could win, one could use any method. Yi Xian kept attacking with the earth-splitting sword. Because of what happened just now, his Dragon War Stomp was not very useful and could only be used to dodge the opponent's attacks. However, at this moment, ding! Host's Earth Ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the Earth has improved. Is currently at level 2. What? Suddenly, a notification sounded in his head. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The throbbing pulse of the Earth could be improved? After coming to his senses, he slashed out with his sword. The power of this slash was far greater than the previous attack. It dispersed the flaming sword qi of the youth in white, and even had the remaining power to attack the youth in white. What? The youth in white trembled. He could not react to Yi Xian's sudden increase in strength. He slashed out with his sword again and destroyed the earth-splitting sword from before. Bang! Bang! When his flaming sword qi clashed with the earth-splitting sword, he clearly saw two vibrations. Two vibrations. The earth ultimacy, throbbing pulse of the earth, was actually a vibration. Previously, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword could only vibrate once. Now it could vibrate twice, greatly increasing its power. I see. Yi Xian also understood. His confidence suddenly increased. It seemed that he could kill his opponent without waiting for his qi to run out. Huh! Yi Xian did not expect that he would break through on his own while using the earth vein. It seemed that his aptitude was not bad. Not good. The white-robed young man's face turned ashen, and he quickly retreated. Yi Xian unleashed the War Dragon Stomp as he chased after the white-clothed youth. Originally, Yi Xian's Earth Splitter had been able to match the white-clothed youth's flaming sword qi evenly. But now, Yi Xian's one-sword strike was enough for the white-clothed youth to block with two swords. The gap between them had widened infinitely. The pressure on the white-clothed young man grew stronger and stronger. In a moment of carelessness, he revealed a flaw and was caught by Yi Xian. Die. An earth-shattering sword broke out of the ground and quickly swept in front of the white-clothed youth. Bang! The white-clothed youth was unable to block in time and was struck head-on. Metal element Xianxia was extremely sharp. In terms of power, it was the strongest among the 5 elements. Earth element Xianxia, on the other hand, was blunt and not very powerful. However, after the Earth-Shatter Sword had been infused with the throbbing pulse of the world, its power had increased exponentially. A single sword strike had blasted a large hole in the chest of the white-clothed youth. This is impossible. The white-clothed youth looked at his ghastly chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the protection of his flames. Otherwise, he would have died instantly. However, would he be able to block the second strike? Die. Xian struck again. He estimated that this strike would be enough to kill the white-clothed youth. It's over. The white-clothed youth had already closed his eyes. He was heavily injured and had no way of blocking or dodging this strike. Therefore, he was in despair. However, at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Bang! The earth-shattering sword that was sure to kill suddenly exploded. The white-clothed youth did not make a move. It was even more impossible for Xian to make a move. Who could it be? What's going on? Xian looked on in astonishment. From the corner of his eye, he saw a figure not far away. This person was none other than Jiang Tianjin, the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. It's you? Xian's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, he discovered that he could not move. Damn it! Xian gritted his teeth. He had already broken through to the spirit stage. However, in front of Jiang Tianjin, he still did not have the ability to resist. Not even a little bit. Hee, cousin, we meet again. Jiang Tianjin is wearing a cyan robe, standing in the air, holding the folding fan in his hand. Xian did not speak. He thought that it was impossible for Jiang Tianjin to appear in front of him so coincidentally every time. Jiang Tianjin must have left some sort of mark in his body. That was why Jiang Tianjin could appear so coincidentally every time. Every time, Jiang Tianjin would appear right before he killed someone. The white-clothed youth, Lu Xiaoyu, was stunned. He had even forgotten to heal himself. Void God Realm. How was it possible for a Void God Realm expert to appear in a high-ranked territory? Even the territory lore of the Luoxia region was not in Void God Realm expert. In this region, only the Warlord Hall had one. But now one had actually appeared. Moreover, he was calling Xian cousin. Yes, I was returning from a trip today. I happened to pass by this place, so I came to see you. Jiang Tianjin said with a smile as he fanned himself with the folding fan. See your mother. Xian could not help but curse in his heart. In his heart, Jiang Tianjin was trash. Not only did he kill Wei Zhentian, he even tortured and humiliated him. It seems that cousin is so excited that he can't speak. I'm very happy. Cousin, your strength has improved quite fast recently. You even comprehended a profound meaning. It's just SOSO. Seeing that Xian did not speak, Jiang Tianjin smiled. He then turned to the white-clothed youth and said, You, stab him with your sword. What? The white-clothed youth suspected that he had misheard. Why did this nihility god stage expert want him to stab Xian with his sword? Just now, he clearly heard Jiang Tianjin call Xian cousin. You didn't hear it? Jiang Tianjin narrowed his eyes. Yes, my lord. The white-clothed youth did not dare to be negligent. He endured the pain and held the long sword tightly. He then stabbed towards Xian. Sila. The long sword pierced Xian's shoulder. Blood immediately flowed out from the sword. Ha again, Jiang Tianjin said with a smile. His expression showed that he was enjoying it. Xian's face darkened. As expected, Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture him again. His sacred tree of life bloodline was suppressed again. Damn Jiang Tianjin. If you fall in my hands in the future, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Xian roared in his heart. Outside of reality, his physical body was suffering a huge blow. The white-clothed youth's sword landed on his body again and again, causing him to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. His physical body could recover, but for Xian, the mental damage was even greater. Chapter 549. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation 100 Territories Summit. Puffed. The young man in white endured the pain in his chest and kept stabbing Yi Xian with his sword. He knew that Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture Yi Xian, so he didn't stab him too deeply. Instead, he increased the number of wounds. After a while, Yi Xian's body was full of bloody holes as if he had been shot by thousands of arrows. Haha, that's all for today. I'm leaving now. When Jiang Tianjin's voice sounded, he had already disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's shackles were instantly released. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life began to take effect. Die! Yi Xian was furious. After the shackles were released, he suddenly attacked and beheaded the young man in white. When the young man in white's head fell to the ground, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Tianjin, I will tear you into pieces. His voice traveled very far, but Jiang Tianjin couldn't hear him. Soon, the hundreds of bloody holes on Yi Xian's body were healed. Not even a scar was left. However, Jiang Tianjin had left a ruthless mark in his heart. Humiliation, disgrace, torture. These words flashed through Yi Xian's mind. If he had the strength, he would have grabbed Jiang Tianjin and beaten him up. Unfortunately, he didn't. Strength. I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian was eager to break through again. He took off the young man in white's interspatial ring and devoured all the useless things inside. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 28 points. 28, which was 28%. He was only 2 points away from 30%. Jiang Tianjin, I will catch up. When the time comes, I will catch a sacred beast and F*CKU. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he rummaged through the young man in white's interspatial ring. The young man in white's strength surpassed the Secmaster of the Green Rock territory. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, he found proof of identity in the white-clothed youth's universe ring. The son of the Lord of Green Rock territory, Lu Xiaoyu? Yi Xian was stunned. As expected, this Lu Xiaoyu was the Bluestone Overlord's son. However, Yi Xian was not interested in this. What he was interested in was an invitation letter. An invitation to the 100 Leads Summit? When Yi Xian opened it, he was stunned. This invitation letter was actually sent by the Luoxia region's domain master. However, there was no mention of his name on the invitation letter. Yi Xian speculated in his mind. The 100 Territories Summit, as the name suggested, was a gathering of the 100 territories in the Luoxia region. Lu Xiaoyu was going to represent the Green Cliff region in the 100 Territories Summit. Now, the Green Rock territory could no longer hold him. He had to find a better place to improve himself. Only then would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin. Without a doubt, the Luoxia region's domain master, the Luoxia region, was very suitable for him. The Luoxia region was the place where the Luoxia region's domain master lived. At the same time, it was also an advanced territory. Spirit stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. The domain master was at the peak of the spirit stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the empty god stage. He was the strongest person in the Luoxia region. Did Lu Xiaoyu receive an invitation from the domain master? Or did the domain master invite his father, and his father gave this opportunity to him? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, the Luoxia region was a good place to train. He could go and take a look at the summit organized by the domain master. Who knows, there might be some opportunities. But before that, he still had things to do. He had to destroy the Yin and Yang Manor and the Flame Dragon sect. After this, Yi Xian's desire for strength had deepened. Therefore, the Flame Dragon sect would become his stepping stone. He immediately rushed towards the Yin and Yang Manor. He would find the sect master of the Yin and Yang Manor and kill him. Then, he quickly rushed towards the Flame Dragon sect. 3 days later, there were only 2 peak forces left in the Cyan Cliff region. One was the Cyan Cliff region's domain master's mansion, and the other was the Thousand Demon sect. No, the Thousand Demon sect was no longer a peak force. They were preparing to hide and recuperate. After destroying the Flame Dragon sect, Yi Xian found the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect and left. Now that the three major forces in the Cyan Cliff region had been destroyed, the Domain Master would likely act like the Righteous Alliance and attack the Thousand Demon sect. Therefore, the Thousand Demon sect had no choice but to hide. On the third day after the Righteous Alliance was destroyed, Yi Xian had already left the Cyan Cliff region and rushed towards the Luosha region. The Luosha region was the general of the Luosha region. It was also the place where the domain master of the Luosha region resided. There were countless experts in the Luosha region. When Yi Xian entered a city in the Luosha region, he felt many auras that were stronger than him. It's really extraordinary. There are so many spirit stage experts that are stronger than me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully walked into a restaurant. A restaurant was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Therefore, one could hear many interesting things. Therefore, Yi Xian liked to come here the most. He could eat while listening to stories. He walked in and ordered some dishes. A while ago, the undying sword god went to the sword god pagoda again. This time, he failed again. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. I estimate that he will need to heal for a long time. I heard that the undying sword god has been trying to enter the sword god pagoda. It's not because he wants to join the sword god palace, but because of other reasons. What reason? Some people say that it's for revenge, while others say that it's for love. Fisk, that's just a random guess. Let's not talk about this. Recently, the two generals from the Warlord Palace are the ones that are truly powerful. They actually killed a void god beast together and quelled the beast tide in the Yongdu region, saving countless lives. I know. I heard that the two of them are siblings. They're not that old, and they're not even 30 years old. Their origins are very mysterious, but they're highly regarded by the Warlord Palace. They're really powerful. They're only at the spirit stage, but they can actually kill a void god beast together. Their future is limitless. After hearing the words of the two people at the next table, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the two people. Siblings? Could it be Adjudicator and Adjudicator? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he felt that it was impossible. It has been almost a year since he came to the Bloodstone continent. He has the Devourer system, but he only managed to break through from the strength stage to the spirit stage. In his estimation, Song Sui Jing and Adjudicator Song, who are training outside, should be at the spirit stage. At most, they should be at the spirit stage. It was impossible for them to reach the spirit stage. Therefore, this pair of siblings should be other geniuses. After this matter, I'll spend some time looking for them. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to look for them, but he didn't have any clues. Previously, he wandered between several territories and searched blindly for a few months, but he still couldn't find any clues. Chapter 550. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Test. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left. He spent some money to inquire about the 100 Leaders Summit. The 100 Leaders Summit was to be held in Luosha City. Countless geniuses would gather there. Most of these geniuses came from all over Luosha region. There were also geniuses from other territories who were invited. Most importantly, the 100 Leaders Summit depended on the invitation letter, not the person. Therefore, Yi Xian's invitation letter could be used. Shortly after, Yi Xian rushed toward Luosha City. Luosha region was relatively large. It was at least 10 times larger than Green Rock region. Yi Xian spent about a week to reach Luosha City. I'm finally here. The 100 Leaders Summit will be held in 7 days. I have to inquire about it first. After Yi Xian entered Luosha City, he went straight to the registration area. The 100 Leaders Summit was actually called the 100 Leaders Debate Assembly. Although it was called the 100 Leaders Summit, only people from high-ranking territories would come. Yi Xian's Green Rock region was at the bottom of all the high-ranking territories in Luosha region. Therefore, it wasn't very strong. Only Lu Xiaoyu received an invitation letter. There were a total of 15 high-ranking territories that were stronger than Green Rock region. Luosha region's domain lord had sent hundreds of invitations to these territories. In short, Yi Xian already had more than 100 opponents. Moreover, this didn't include the people from Luosha region. Yi Xian arrived at the registration area of the 100 Leaders Summit. He originally wanted to use an invitation letter to register, but he discovered that he didn't need one. Without an invitation letter, he needed to go through a round of tests. After all, not everyone could participate. At the same time, it also gave those who didn't belong to a faction a chance. If I use an invitation letter, I can directly participate in the 100 Leaders Summit. If I directly register, I only need to participate in a round of tests. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If there was a test, there might be a battle. Perhaps his realm could also increase. One had to know that his current attribute conversion rate was not even 30%. Since entering Wuxia City, he had already met many people with auras stronger than him. These people all had at least 30% attribute conversion rate, and even 40%, 50%, and even 60%. He felt an enormous pressure. Therefore, he chose to give up on this invitation and register directly. Your Excellency, you've registered successfully. Please come to participate in the test the day after tomorrow, an attendant of the 100 Leaders Summit said to Yi Xian. Then, he handed him a special token. All right. Yi Xian nodded and left immediately. He was still unfamiliar with the 100 Leaders Summit. Therefore, he had to inquire about it. The 100 Territories Summit was organized by the Wuxia region's region lord. It was held once every 5 years. Before the 100 Territories Summit was held, they would invite the geniuses of the 100 territories. The number of participants would always reach over 1,000. This summit was actually very simple. It was a competition to see who was stronger. If one were to stand out in the 100 Leaders Summit or be chosen by an expert, one's future would be limitless. They might even be sent by the ruler to participate in the Battle King Hall's Palace Guard test. The Battle King Hall was one of the 3 overlords of the Eastern Continent. The other 2 were the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall. These 3 great imperial halls were originally one entity. Later on, they split into 3 and divided the Eastern Continent. In short, if one was able to join the Battle King Hall, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. What Yi Xian was most interested in was the reward for standing out in the 100 Leaders Summit. The reward was a place called the 5 Elements Pool. As long as one soaked in the pool for a day, one's affinity with the attribute would be greatly increased. The number of days one could soak in the pool was determined by one's ranking. Yi Xian's current affinity with the earth attribute was at the intermediate epic rank. If he could soak in the 5 Elements Pool, his affinity with the earth attribute might be increased to the high epic rank. With an increase in affinity, one's cultivation speed would also increase slightly. However, the most important thing was that it could greatly increase one's martial arts attack power and profound meaning. Yi Xian had already cultivated the earth's splitting sword to 100% completion. In addition to the 8 Desolate Sword, the sword's Saint Bloodline, and the earth-throbbing pulse, his attack power could instantly kill experts with 40% attribute conversion. If his affinity was increased by another level, he might be able to instantly kill experts with 45% attribute conversion or even 50% attribute conversion. Most importantly, the higher his affinity with the attribute, the stronger his martial arts power, and the easier it would be to comprehend profound meaning. The earth-throbbing pulse had already transformed to the 2nd layer. Next, it might be the 3rd layer or even the 4th layer. Of course, it could also be the 4th layer, followed by the 8th layer. Therefore, Yi Xian was determined to obtain this reward. Only by continuously becoming stronger would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin and take revenge. 2 days passed very quickly. When the 100 Leaders Summit arrived, Yi Xian was already waiting at the designated location. At this time, there were several hundred people participating in the 100 Leaders Summit's test. None of them were weak, and their attribute conversion had already reached at least 30%. Only Yi Xian alone had not even reached 30% attribute conversion. He was still 2 points away. At this time, a middle-aged expert wearing white armor suddenly flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. It's the Tornado General under the Domain Lord." Someone recognized him. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly flew up and followed behind the Tornado General, flying out of Wuxia City. After flying for half a day, they finally landed on a large grassland. All right, let's start the test. The tornado general glanced at the several hundred people and said, "Next, come out one by one in order, and then launch your strongest attack at me. The first round of the test is to test your offensive power." Test offensive power. When these words fell into everyone's ears, their eyes lit up. Most people majored in offensive martial arts and minored in movement martial arts. Therefore, they were very confident in their offensive power. Number 1. Everyone present was an expert, and they did things swiftly and decisively. Moreover, the examiner was the domain lord's subordinate, so they did not dare be negligent. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, a person had already landed in front of him. "Excuse me." This person did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and released a beam of golden sword energy. Bang! The golden sword energy tore through the sky, but it was defeated by the tornado general with a single hand. So strong, everyone's hearts trembled. This cultivator number 1's attribute conversion had already reached 40%, and his attack could threaten 50% of the people, but it was easily defeated by the tornado general. This was the suppression of cultivation. The tornado general's attribute conversion had reached 80%. 4 stars. The silver-armored man, tornado general, shouted. This was only the first round of the test, so cultivator number 1 did not reveal his specialty, and the people following him were the same. Those people with the same evaluation were all arranged together by the tornado general. Instantly, 4 square formations appeared. Chapter 551. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Demon God Chapter, lower. The challengers went up one by one, but their attacks were all defeated by tornado. They all had different evaluations, but the lowest was 3 stars, and some even reached 4.5 stars. No one knew what these star ratings were for, but the higher the better. So many of them took out their trump cards. At the same time, many of the challengers practiced demonic arts. However, Tornado didn't care. So what if they practiced demonic arts? Soon, it was Xianxia's turn. Number 438. Tornado shouted. Immediately, Xian flew in front of Tornado and took out Lu Xiaoyou's supreme-grade celestial weapon. Demon God Chapter. Xian's eyes turned incomparably black, and a huge amount of demonic qi condensed into the phantom of a demon god. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon Stomp. Tornado raised an eyebrow when he saw the demon god phantom. Xian wasn't strong, and the demon god phantom's amplification wasn't high. With his strength, he could easily kill Xian. However, what surprised him was that he had seen this demon god phantom before. Thousand Demon Sect. Tornado narrowed his eyes. Squinting his eyes, Tornado easily defeated the earth-shattering sword with his normal Xianxia. Yes, your realm and martial art quality aren't high, but your martial arts attainments aren't bad. 3.5 stars. Tornado gave his evaluation. Xian didn't use the 8 desolate sword this time, nor did he use the throbbing pulse of the earth. 3.5 stars was within his expectations. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, "Little brother, how's the Thousand Demon Sect?" Tornado suddenly asked. Xian paused and asked in shock, "Senior knows that I'm a disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect?" Although the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect was a void god realm expert, after thousands of years of decline, there weren't any experts in the sect who could transform 40% of their attributes. He was very surprised that the tornado could recognize him. Old Devil Wan was the number 1 expert in the Luosha region thousands of years ago. He killed many void god realm experts with his Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Of course I've heard of him. Tornado smiled. So that was the case. Xian came to a realization and said, "The Thousand Demon Sect is doing fine." He was lying through his teeth. The Thousand Demon Sect was almost annihilated a few days ago. Although they managed to survive, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect had already hidden away with his experts. Therefore, they could be considered to have ceased to exist. As for that old Devil Wan, he should be the ancestor of the Thousand Demon Sect. Little brother, you've learned the Demonic God Chapter at such a young age. Your aptitude is not bad. But let me tell you, you've only mastered half of the Demon God Chapter. Thousands of years ago, Old Devil Juan was able to fuse that phantom into his body and transform into a devil god himself. Wan Feng said, "What?" Yixian's heart trembled. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter. Integrate the demon god's phantom into his body? Not many people know about this matter. I reckon that even the experts of your sect don't know about it. Anyway, it's just a rumor. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Tornado smiled, then called out the next participant. Yixian flew back in a daze. He had only mastered half of the demon god chapter. What a scam. In the Thousand Demon sect, there was no mention of the demon god chapter being divided into two parts. It seemed that what Tornado said was true. He could still continue to cultivate the demon god chapter. The people of the demon sect are indeed people of the demon sect. Even if it's their own faction, they won't pass down their trump card martial arts. Too stingy. Yixian was helpless. It seemed that he had to figure out the demon god chapter himself. Ding! Did the host really integrate with the demon god's phantom? The host's current realm is too low. If the host forcibly fuses with the phantom, there is a possibility of chi deviation. Yixian tried it after listening to Tornado's words. Indeed, the phantom could be integrated into his body. However, his current realm was too low. The devouring system was good. It would alert him when there was danger. Not only that, the devouring system even gave him a list of items. Calm Heart Seed, Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. As long as he could obtain one of these items, he would be able to integrate with the demon god's phantom. He noted down the names of these items. If he were to encounter them in the future, he would not miss them. After Tornado's reminder, Yixian began to feel curious about the integration of the demon god's phantom. After all, this was the trump card of a virtual god powerhouse. He did not even pass it down to his own disciples. There were a total of 600 people who came to take the test. Before long, these 600 people were all done with the test. The lowest was 3 stars, and the highest was 4.5 stars. There was no 5 stars. All right, the second round. Tornado looked around and said, "Those with 3 stars come out." Hearing this, the people present were puzzled. Why did they all come out? However, these people did not dare to delay. More than 30 people flew out from the crowd. "Those with 3.5 stars, come out." Tornado continued to shout. Now, more than 100 people, including Yixian, flew out. "Those with 3 stars will choose from those with 3.5 stars. Choose one of them to fight one-on-one. If you succeed in the cross-level challenge, you will be promoted to 3.5 stars, regardless of life or death." Tornado shouted. Cross-level challenge. Since the beginning, some people have been guessing whether the next round would be a duel. Now that they heard this, they felt a little helpless. Everyone present was a genius. How could a cross-level challenge be easy? The person at the top of the list was number 23. He was the first person with 3 stars. After hearing Tornado's words, he flew out and chose from Yixian's 100 people. The young man's gaze fell on Yixian and pointed at him. "Mother of asterisk her, do you think I'm a pushover?" Yixian rolled his eyes and landed on the ground. Everyone present could feel that Yixian's rank was the lowest among all the people present. Moreover, Yixian had only reached 3.5 stars after using the demon god's phantom. "Let's begin," Tornado shouted. In the next moment, the young man made his move. His attribute conversion had reached 33 points, which was 33 points. He was 5 points higher than Yixian. However, his affinity was much worse than Yixian's. He had not even reached the epic level. Whoosh! A flaming sword aura swept towards Yixian. Everyone had been testing just now. Although some people were a little impatient, others had secretly memorized everyone's attributes. Therefore, in this cross-level challenge, they naturally had to choose someone whose attributes were countered by their own. Insignificant skill. Yixian snorted coldly. The demon god's phantom had already condensed behind him. His right hand quickly chopped a few times, and in an instant, 3 earth-shattering swords appeared. So fast, the young man who was flying in the air was stunned. He was instantly struck in the head. Dead. Although it was only a test, these people definitely had powerful backgrounds. Killing them was better than not killing them. It would save him a lot of trouble. Most importantly, he wanted to use this test to improve his strength. After the young man died, Yixian quickly swept over and collected his interspatial ring. Chapter 552. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Domain Leader. Since Yixian was the one being challenged, and he failed, he was still given a rating of 3.5 stars. After the battle ended, he quietly returned to the 3.5-star camp. Now, no one dared to underestimate him. After that, the 30 or so martial artists continued to challenge. Most of them lost miserably, and some even died. Only 3 people succeeded, and those 3 people were directly promoted to 3.5 stars. Anyone who succeeds in one challenge will pass the test. However, the higher the star rating, the more advantageous it will be when the time comes, said Wanfeng. Everyone knew when the time came, which was the 100 Leaders Summit. However, the 3 people who advanced did not dare to challenge again. All right, 3.5 stars, start challenging 4-star stars. Wanfeng shouted again. There were 100 people with 3.5 stars, but more than 300 with 4-star stars, so only 1/3 of them would be called. No, it would be less than 4-star, because some people were giving up. The stronger one was, the more cowardly one was. These people all had wives and children, so if they were not confident, it was better to give up. After about half an hour, it was finally Yixian's turn. Yixian flew over and pointed at a random person. Good boy, do you think I'm easy to bully? A skinny man flew over. Yixian was casually chosen, so he could only count himself unlucky that he was chosen, because Yixian never thought that he would fail. At least, not here. Begin. As soon as Wanfeng finished speaking, the man rushed toward Yixian. He had some impression of Yixian's demon god projection, so he naturally flew into the air to avoid being tricked by Yixian. Although Yixian was casually chosen, he remembered that the man's metal attribute was countered by his earth attribute. Demon God Chapter. Sword of Earth Splitting. Yixian began to attack wildly. This person's attribute conversion was 40%, while Yixian's was only 28%. There was a difference of 12 points. Fortunately, Yixian still had his bloodline, martial arts, and attributes, so it was not difficult for Yixian to deal with him. Bang! 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 Yixian and the man attacked in a frenzy under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Because this was only a test, Yixian felt that it was better to hide the profound meaning, and not to mention, he could not use the Bahuang sword. After all, there was Wanfeng whose attribute conversion was over 80%. That was an existence that could kill him. Damn it, why does this brat have more Jin Qi than me? The skinny man couldn't understand. If they continued to fight, then he would very likely be the one to lose, and it was even more likely that he would die. However, he didn't want to give up just like that, so he gave up on the long-range battle and charged towards Yixian. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yixian's demon god Phantom disappeared, and his aura was greatly reduced. A good chance. The skinny man's eyes lit up. However, when he arrived in front of Yixian, another of Demon God stage appeared behind Yixian. Rip! With a muffled sound, the skinny man's head flew off. Oh, he can use it 4 times in a row? Wanfeng was surprised. During the first test, Yixian had used the of Demon God chapter once. When he was challenged, he used it again. Now he used it twice against the skinny man. In total, it was 4 times. In Wanfeng's memory, the of Demon God chapter consumed a lot of energy. Although it could be recovered, he estimated that Yixian could only use it 3 times at most. He did not expect that there would be a 4th time. The skinny man thought that Yixian had lost his trump card, so he was careless. That was why he was beheaded. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 29 points. Yixian's realm increased again. He broke through. You can leave now, Wanfeng said with narrowed eyes. Now, Yixian could be considered to have successfully advanced, so he flew to the 4-star evaluation square. He was wondering if he should continue to challenge the 4.5-star evaluation. However, the thought disappeared in a flash. Whether it was the Bahuang sword or the Earth Pulse, he should hide them and reveal them at the 100 Territory Summit. After all, there were super geniuses in the 100 Territory Summit who could achieve 60% attribute conversion. There might even be some with 70% attribute conversion. If he revealed them now, he would be targeted and killed at the beginning if those people heard about it. What should he do? Keep a low profile. It was better to keep a low profile. Soon, the 3.5-star evaluation was completed. Then, it was the 4-star evaluation. Before long, the 4-star evaluation was also completed. At this time, there were only about 200 people who passed the test. The remaining 400 people either gave up or died. Okay, all of you have passed. Gather at the Domain Chief's Manor in 3 days. Let's go. Wan Feng said and flew toward Luoxia City. He flew very slowly because he was afraid that there would not be many people left if the people behind him started a fight. Yixian followed Wan Feng and flew back. After entering the city, he quickly left to see if there was anything in Luoxia City that he needed to fuse with the demon god's fandom. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. Those things were very precious. They could not be found in the shops or even the auction houses. Sigh, let's wait until the 100 Territories Summit. I heard that the 100 Territories Summit is held in a 5 elements formation. Maybe there will be, Yixian thought to himself. During these 3 days, he could not stay idle. He went out of the city to kill monsters and sacred beasts. Every bit of improvement was worth it. 3 days later, he arrived at the Domain Chief's Manor on time. At this time, there were already thousands of people gathered there. So strong, so many experts and geniuses. Yixian was shocked. These were geniuses from all over Luoxia region. Of course, most of them were locals of Luoxia region. Domain Chief Luoxia had invited so many people at once. It seemed that the 100 Territories Summit was not to be underestimated. As long as they could squeeze into the top 10, they could soak in the 5 elements pool to increase their affinity with attributes. Even the top 100 would be rewarded handsomely. The geniuses who wanted to participate in the 100 Territory Summit had all gathered there. Yixian even felt a few auras that made his heart palpitate. These geniuses all thought highly of themselves. They wished that their noses were in the sky, so they did not hesitate to release their auras. However, they had the right to be arrogant. The thousands of people waited for a while. Then, a huge figure descended from the sky above the Domain Chief's Manor. It's the Domain Chief's great cloud rock. Someone recognized it. Yixian also raised his head to take a look and was shocked. The rock was so huge that its wingspan was probably more than 10,000 meters. Everyone, get on my back. A person's voice sounded in the sky. It's the Overlord. Someone else recognized it. Chapter 553. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio Begin. At this moment, there were already a few people standing on the back of the 9 Heavens Cloud Eagle. After everyone landed, the 9 Firmaments' great cloud rock quickly ascended through the clouds and began its journey. Greetings, Governor. Thousands of people stood on the back of the 9 Heavens Cloud Eagle and greeted a middle-aged man with a square face beside Tornado. Yixian followed suit and bowed. At the same time, he glanced over. This is the governor of the Luoxia region, the powerhouse closest to the empty god realm. Yixian's heart trembled. The governor of the Luoxia region was already at the peak of the spirit realm. His attribute conversion had reached 100%, which was 100%. As long as he broke through once more, his spirit would be converted to void, and he would be able to break through to the empty god realm. There are many people beside the governor. They should be the powerhouses of the governor's mansion or the governor's guests. However, Yixian felt that these powerhouses were not even half as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No, they were not even 1/10 as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No need to be so polite. The governor looked at these people with a smile. Among these people, there might be geniuses who could join the Warlord Palace in the future. The 9 Heavens' Great Cloud Rock still needs some time to fly to the 5 Elements' Great Array. Everyone can practice on the back of the Great Cloud Rock first. I can use this time to give you some pointers. The domain ruler said with a smile. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the spirit realm. He was only one step away from the empty god realm. He definitely had the strength to guide everyone present. After hearing his words, Everyone's eyes lit up. However, there were thousands of people present. How could he guide them? Therefore, these people immediately cowered. Only the top geniuses dared to step forward. I'm the stone puppet of the monolith region. Who want to fight with me? A burly man in his 30s jumped out. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. The monolith region. Wasn't that the third-ranked region in the Luoxia region? Moreover, this man's surname was Sure. This meant that he was from the monolith region's mansion. So you are the stone puppet. Let me fight with you. A short-haired young man jumped out. Gale region's Li Xiao. It is said that his attribute conversion has reached 65%. He is very powerful. Li Studio, Live Stone Puppet, and Li Xiao did not waste any time and immediately started fighting. The Stone Puppet, as his name suggested, had a rare earth attribute spirit, while Li Xiao's was of the fire attribute. Earth and fire were adjacent to each other, so the earth element would be countered by the fire element. However, the Stone Puppet's realm was slightly higher than Li Xiao's, so everyone opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single scene. Bang! 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 The battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had converted 65% of their attributes, and the Stone Puppet was close to 70%. In terms of realm, the Stone Puppet was higher than Li Xiao, but in terms of attributes, Li Xiao restrained the Stone Puppet. Not bad. Both of them are very strong, even stronger than the last summit. The Domain Master could not help but ask. If we let them enter the 5 elements pool, they might be able to comprehend the profound. A person who can comprehend profound at the spirit stage is a super genius. It's 1 in a million. It would be great if such a person could appear. If you're able to comprehend profound at the spirit stage, then you'll be able to enter the Warlord Palace. I wonder if anyone among this group of young geniuses has comprehended a profound meaning. The group of experts at the peak of the spirit stage discussed softly. At this moment, the battle between the Stone Puppet and Li Xiao had reached its climax. Because they were on the back of the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock, it was inevitable that they would accidentally injure the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock. However, the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock's defense was extremely strong. Their attacks were unable to break through its defense. After all, this was a Super Saint Beast that was comparable to a peak spirit stage expert. Oh, then the Stone Puppet is going to lose. The governor's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, in less than 10 rounds, the Stone Puppet was sent flying by the sword. This Li Xiao is so strong. He actually succeeded in the challenge. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. Amazing. The Stone Puppet, admit defeat. The Stone Puppet was a person who could accept defeat, so he immediately cupped his fists. Thank you. Li Xiao also cupped his fists. Next, the governor commented on the battle between the two and gave them some guidance. The two of them benefited a lot and retreated to digest the information. After the first battle ended, another 2 people quickly walked out. They were 2 experts who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and watched carefully. Right now, his attribute conversion wasn't even 30%. If he used his trump card, he would probably only be able to fight against experts with 45% or 50% attribute conversion. If he encountered an expert with 60% attribute conversion, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Fortunately, there weren't many people who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. There were only 8 people out of 1,000. These 8 people had all come out to show their faces, so Yi Xian recognized them. However, these 8 people were hiding their strength. It was unknown if any of them had achieved 70% attribute conversion. Although the governor and the other experts could sense who was strong and who was weak, they wouldn't say it out loud. The battles continued one after another. Generally, the stronger ones would go out first. Of course, there were also people who chose to hide for the upcoming 100-liter summit. About a day later, the young geniuses on the back of the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock smelled a fishy smell. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock had already descended below the clouds. Below, there was a blue sea. I heard that the 5 Elements Great Array is in the sea. If we were to hurry, I'm afraid it would take us a month. Someone said. At this moment, in the boundless sea, a black dot suddenly entered everyone's eyes. We're almost there. The Wuxia region governor narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black dot in front of them was an island, and this island was called the Blade Island. The 9 firmament's great cloud rock flew very quickly, and the black dot rapidly enlarged. That's the Blade Island? The metal island in the 5 elements great array? A group of people looked at it curiously. The 5 elements great array had a total of 5 arrays. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The Blade Island represented the metal attribute. All right, we've arrived at our destination. The Wuxia region governor walked out and said loudly, I'm sure everyone has heard of the 5 elements great array, so I won't say much. Next, everyone will enter one of the 5 islands at random. Moreover, the time of entry will be determined by your star rating. 7-star rating people can enter first after the departure time is up. After 1 hour, it will be 6.5 stars. After 2 hours, it will be 6 stars, and so on. What you have to do is to collect the tokens in the 5 islands. These tokens are spread across the 5 islands. The metal token is a special golden blade. The wood token is a life saint seed. The water token is the ocean star. The fire token is the firestone. And the earth token is the pure gold sand. Only by collecting these 5 tokens can you enter the central island. If anyone sets foot on the central island without collecting all the tokens, they will be disqualified. Finally, this is the first round of the 100 Leaders Summit. The first round's reward is to enter the 5 elements pool. As for the time of immersion, it will be determined by your ranking. All right, there's one more thing. These 5 islands are all covered with a flight restriction array. You can only jump 50 meters at most. Chapter 554. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Tailing. Draw lots, everyone. Tornado held the lot tube and walked in front of each person. Metal, wood, fire, earth, water. When the lot was drawn, those who drew the same lot gathered together. Metal. When it was Yixian's turn, he randomly drew a stick. The word metal was written on it. Gold meant that he would be going to Blade Island first. Before coming, he had done his homework. The 5 elements formation was arranged in order. The metal element of Blade Island was sandwiched between the earth and wood element islands. The left was wood, and the right was earth. His luck was pretty good because he was of the earth attribute, so he definitely had an advantage on Blade Edge Island. Soon, everyone was done with their draws. At the same time, the 9 firmament's cloud rock flew to one of the entrances of Blade Island. Yixian glanced around and discovered that the island was filled with broken limbs. The broken limbs here referred to those broken swords and sabers. He didn't know where they came from, but there were so many of them. All right, everyone who drew a metal element stick, come with me. Tornado shouted. Soon after, more than 300 people, including Yixian, followed him. Good luck. On the back of the 9 heavens great cloud rock, the Wuxia region's domain leader said, and flew away. Yixian didn't expect so many people to draw metal element sticks. That was more than a fifth of them. Tornado did a head count and confirmed each person's identity. Then, he divided Yixian's group into several groups according to their star rating. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was no 6-star expert on their Blade Island. Whirlwind brought everyone to the edge of Blade Edge Island and said, all of you, wait here for now. When the time is up, you can enter according to your star rating. The interval is 1 hour. Also, to prevent experts from lying in wait, there is a restriction on the outer circle of Blade Island. You can only fight when you enter the inner circle. That golden line is the dividing line. Everyone looked in the direction of Tornado's finger. Sure enough, they saw a golden line. Those with low ratings could go around the golden line and find a good spot to enter Blade Island. That way, they could avoid being ambushed by experts. After all, it was a matter of who got the 5 tokens first and entered the central island. They wouldn't waste time on that. The 300 people began to wait for Tornado's instructions. Not long after, the sky darkened. Tornado took out a time crystal and said, now, the 7-star experts can enter the island. However, you haven't. The highest among you are 5.5 stars, so you'll have to wait for 3 more hours." Everyone nodded. They all understood that although no one with a 7-star evaluation had appeared on Blade Island, there might be 1 in 1,000 people. In 3 hours, this 7-star evaluation expert might have found the token and arrived on Blade Island. At that moment, Xian, who was resting in a corner, opened his eyes. "I'm a 4-star, so I'll have to wait for 6 more hours. What a scam." Xian felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't help it. In the 100 Leaders Summit, he was the one with the lowest rank. No one was lower than him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would probably get a 5-star evaluation at most. A 5-star would have to wait for 4 hours before they could enter. He was too far behind. "I'll have to wait until dawn to enter. When that time comes, I'll have to break through quickly and find the tokens," Xian planned in his heart. However, compared to these people, he had an advantage. That was because he had an endless supply of qi and stamina. He could take advantage of the time when others were recovering. An hour later, the 300 people on Blade Island didn't move. 2 hours later, they were still as silent as ever. It wasn't until the 3rd hour that Tornado shouted again, "All right, 5.5 stars can enter now." Following that, more than 10 people left. Some directly passed through the golden line, while others went around the golden line to leave. At the 4th hour, the 5-star people entered. Xian only had a 4-star evaluation because he wanted to hide his strength. He still had to wait for 2 more hours. At the 5th hour, the 4.5 stars entered. After these people left, Xian looked around and realized that there were only 100 people left. In other words, the remaining people were 4-star, 3-star, and 3.5 stars. Xian sat there cross-legged. Finally, the 6th hour had arrived. "All right, the 4-star people can enter now." Hearing this, Xian also stood up. More than 20 people stood up at the same time. Xian didn't pay attention to them and actually charged in. "This kid is really bold. How dare he not avoid us? This kind of person is either a fool or an expert. Big brother, what do you think? Go up and kill him." A group of 3 people stared at Xian. After all, some of the people who participated in the 100 Leaders Summit were there to kill. They followed me?" Xian, who had already stepped into the golden line, squinted his eyes. All the people he was afraid of had already entered. The remaining people could not threaten him. If they dared to follow him, they would be courting death. However, if he did not reveal his trump card, it would be difficult for him to kill these 3 people. Therefore, he decided to enter the forest behind the golden line first. He's going to enter the forest. "Get ready. We'll kill him after we enter." "All right." Soon, Xian rushed into the forest. The 3 people behind him also rushed in 2 seconds later. "Experience. I need a lot of experience. The 3 of you will become my experience." Xian, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned around and stomped. Battle Dragons, 10 steps. Earth's Pulse, 2 layers. Buzz! The 3 people only felt a roar in their heads. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their necks. Insta-kill. Insta-kill 3 people in an instant. This kind of strength was already extremely strong. However, this was also reasonable. After all, Xian's Earth's Pulse 2 layers had already transformed, and its power was twice as strong as before. Under the circumstances of 2 vibrations, even if Xian's attribute was restrained by the fire attribute, he could still easily kill his enemies. As for these 3 people, their attribute conversion was only around 40%. They had no power to fight back at all. Before these 3 people were completely dead, Xian rushed over and collected their universe rings. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently 30 points. 30 points of attribute conversion was 30%. This increased Xian's strength by a little. Chapter 555. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Black Blade. Right now, Xian had already entered Blade's Edge Island. There were broken swords and sabers everywhere. This was a treasure trove for Xian. Some of the broken swords and sabers were supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Although they were broken, Xian could still devour them. Immediately, Yi Xian began to quickly collect them. Yi Xian didn't want low-grade celestial artifacts, mid-grade celestial artifacts, high-grade celestial artifacts. He only wanted supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Most importantly, these supreme-grade celestial artifacts were all dropped on the ground. Yi Xian's speed was fast, and his strength was improving all the time. Haha, awesome. If I collect all the celestial artifacts on Blade Island, my attribute conversion will increase by at least 5 points. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, these broken swords and sabers weren't the only things on Blade Island. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian paused and turned to look in a certain direction. This was the sound of a battle, and it was probably only 10,000 meters away. Those who entered Blade Island before are probably all in the center. The one closest to me is at most 4.5 stars. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed in that direction. When he arrived at the scene of the battle, he saw 2 figures fighting. One of them was naturally a human, while the other was actually a metallic creature. This metallic creature was covered in blades. Its hands and feet were black blades, and even its head was the same. It looked a little like a pine cone. What the hell is this? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He understood that this was probably some kind of exotic beast. Oh no! The warrior's expression darkened when he saw Yi Xian. He was alone and had no reinforcements. More importantly, he was currently entangled by a black blade. A 4.5 star evaluation. Yi Xian had seen this person before. A rating of 4.5 stars meant that the attribute conversion rate had reached at least 40%. It was more likely that it had reached 45%. Of course, it was also possible that it had reached 50%. After all, many people had hidden their strength. As long as it wasn't a 5-star rating or above, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. However, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, he wanted to let this person test the black blade strength first. Boom, boom, boom. This martial artist attacked with his flaming sword Qi as he retreated. The defensive power of that black blade was very strong. Furthermore, it was able to use a 2-handed blade to break through the flaming sword Qi. It was very powerful. This black blade had no eyes, so it was unknown how it attacked. However, at this moment, its 2 black blade legs paused, and then its entire body began to spin wildly. It directly turned into a black blade tornado, sweeping towards the human. What? This martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He immediately turned around and fled. However, the black blade spinning speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the cultivator and used the blade to dismember the cultivator. This scene completely fell into Yi Xian's eyes, causing him to be stunned for a moment. This Blade Island was indeed dangerous. Not only was the Black Blade's defensive power strong, but its offensive power and speed were also very strong. After the Black Blade tore the cultivator to pieces, it didn't stop. Instead, it swept towards Yi Xian. "Umph, you dare to cause trouble for me with just you?" Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew his Bahuang sword and slashed out a few earth-shattering swords. Sacred Swordsman Bloodline, Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 2, Bahuang Sword. These 3 factors made Yi Xian's attack extremely powerful. In addition, this 5 elements array had 5 islands. Each island had its own attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that Earth attribute attacks would be able to increase the damage. Furthermore, this Black Blade might be a mutated beast. The Beast King bloodline might be of some use. Bam! 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 The swords of the earth splitting sword slammed into the Black Blade and shattered it in an instant. After its death, all the black sabers on its body fell apart, revealing the main body of the black saber. "You can't even withstand a single blow." Yi Xian ridiculed, then walked over. A black blade that could instantly kill a 4.5-star rated cultivator had been instantly killed by him. Compared to the others, he had a huge advantage on this Blade Island. Yi Xian walked over, picked up the cultivator's severed finger, removed the intact interspatial ring, and devoured the items inside. Then, he put away the black blade. "Oh, you could devour them? That's quite a lot of experience." Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to devour the black blade. The value of this black blade was comparable to that of a supreme-grade heaven artifact. However, what he didn't expect was that the value of the black blade far exceeded that of the other black blades. Its value could be as high as 1 to 100. This black blade was the main body of the black blade. The other black blades were embedded in this black blade. Big Black Saber, I understand now. So this is the token on Blade Edge Island. However, the Luosha region ruler said that the token is a golden blade. Then, I should kill a golden blade and obtain the main body of its golden blade. Yi Xian understood instantly. This black blade was probably just a small monster on Blade Island. As for the golden blade, it should be a boss. As long as he killed a golden blade, he could leave Blade Island. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. Now, Yi Xian no longer collected those broken swords and sabers. This was purely a waste of time. Instead of collecting broken blades, he might as well kill these black blades. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly left and started running. Soon, he encountered a second black blade. Its strength was about the same as the previous one. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This time, Yi Xian didn't attack. He attacked directly with his feet. What surprised him was that he only stomped 4 times. Before he even reached the black blade, it was already dead. All the black blades on its body scattered on the ground. Sure enough, there's an attribute counter. Yi Xian was now certain. He then put away the black blade. At this rate, I'll be able to break through again after killing a few more black blades. He was very satisfied with the experience of these black blades. Moreover, it was late at night. Compared to the others, he had a greater advantage. Among all the young talents participating in the 100 Leaders Summit, Yi Xian's realm was the lowest. Even if he broke through, he would still be the lowest. Therefore, he wanted to quickly improve his realm on Blade Island. Only then would he be qualified to compete with others for the right to enter the 5 Elements pool. This place was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 556. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, the golden blade. By the time dusk arrived, Yi Xian's realm had soared to 35%. Although it was only 5%, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. I still haven't encountered the golden blade. Perhaps I'll have to go deeper. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not want to encounter the golden blade for the time being. He estimated that the golden blade's strength was at least 5 stars or even 6 stars. There were simply too many talented youths. Those who were below 5 stars were just there to make up the numbers. Perhaps someone had already obtained the golden blade, or perhaps someone else had come from another island. In any case, Yi Xian occupied Blade Island. If he was able to kill all the golden blades, then wouldn't there be a place for him in the 5-element pool? After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian continued on his way. His target was the person and the black blade. Because it had been night the previous night, everyone had been very careful. However, their speed would increase during the day. At the same time, the chances of them encountering Yi Xian by chance would increase greatly. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he saw 2 people fighting. This time, it was 2 humans. Their attribute conversion is over 50. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched the battle from the sidelines. The 2 of them had also noticed Yi Xian and split their attention to guard against him. Earlier, Tornado's test had not produced a 5-star evaluation. At most, it was 4.5 stars. These 5-star evaluators had all come with invitations. Therefore, their backgrounds were more powerful than the average person's. What are you looking at, kid? Scram! The youth in white robe shouted. Scram! Yi Xian was enraged by this. He had been watching the battle because he thought that someone else might come. However, he could no longer sit still. Demon God Chapter. The phantom of a demon god suddenly condensed behind Yi Xian. Immediately afterward, he charged over to kill them. You overestimate yourself. Kill him first. The young man in white said. All right. His opponent nodded. The 2 of them instantly reached a consensus. Both of them had already converted more than 50% of their attributes, while Yixian had only converted 35%. However, they did not comprehend any ultimacy, nor did they possess any illusionary divine weapons. Most importantly, there was a space-sealing formation on the 5 islands. Battle dragons, 10 steps. Buzz. Yixian instantly took a few steps forward. The war dragon stomp, which was imbued with the pulsation of the earth, instantly shook their heads. Earth-splitting sword. Swish. 2 earth-shattering swords shot out from the ground and instantly cut off their heads. I can insta-kill someone with 50% attribute conversion. My strength can be considered above average among this group of geniuses. Even so, Yixian was not very satisfied with this strength. At this time, he dared to use the Bahuang sword because there was no one around. If there were many people, he would definitely not take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was an illusionary divine weapon. If he only relied on ultimacy, it would not be enough to deal with these geniuses. Hence, he needed to continue improving. After killing the 2 of them, Yixian looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he walked over and took off the 2 interspatial rings. However, before he could devour them, he found something good in one of the interspatial rings. Is this pure gold gravel? Yixian's eyes lit up. Pure gold gravel was one of the 5 tokens that represented the Earth attribute. In other words, one of the 2 corpses might have come from the Earth attribute island next door. In that case, he did not need to go to the Yellow Sand Island. Perhaps he did not need to go to the other islands either. He only needed to wait on the Blade Island and wait for the others to deliver him. However, this pure gold gravel seemed to be very precious. Hence, Yixian felt that it was better to devour it first. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 38 points. The 2 interspatial rings allowed Yixian to break through 3 times at once, from 35 points to 38 points. I don't care if the pure gold gravel is a mission item. I need to improve my strength first. Yixian devoured everything in the interspatial rings and continued on his way. By now, he had a rough idea that the Blade Island was divided into 2 parts. He was still in the outer area. As for the golden blades, they should have appeared in the inner area. Hence, this time, he headed straight for the center of the island instead of circling around the outer area. He advanced for a while. Although he did not find any golden blades, he did find a group of black blades. There were more than 10 black blades in this group. At this moment, Yixian's attention suddenly fell on the back of the black blades. There seemed to be a blade mountain there. The golden blades might be in there. Yixian's eyes flashed, and he quickly dashed out. He did not need to attack to deal with the black blades. All he needed to do was to stomp his feet. Bam! 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 A series of shock waves traveled up the black blades and instantly killed them. Yixian flashed over and devoured all the black blades. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew up the Blade Peak Mountain. Is that the 5.5-star guy? Yixian's eyes flashed. Their Blade Island had never had a 6-star rating before, so Yixian remembered all the 5.5-star and 5-star people. This figure had a 5.5-star rating, so his attribute conversion had reached at least 55%. If I kill him, my attribute conversion will probably soar again, but it'll be difficult. Yixian hesitated. Although he had killed 2 people with 50% conversion before, this was 55%. Besides, who knew if this person was hiding his true strength? What if his true strength had reached 60% conversion? I'd better back off. Yixian decided not to cause trouble for that person. He would kill some black blades around the Blade Mountain first. The Blade Mountain was not big, but Yixian spent 5 minutes running around it. During this time, he killed more than 100 black blades. There were strong and weak black blades. The weak ones could fight to a draw with someone with 40% conversion. As for the strong ones, they could pose a slight threat to Yixian. Therefore, there were naturally high and low experience points. After Yixian circled the Blade Mountain, his attribute conversion increased by 1 point, reaching 39. Just a little more, and he would reach 40. At this moment, Chapter 5, 57. Blade Peak Mountain. Is it that person from before? Yixian focused his eyes. Sure enough, it was the martial artist with a 5.5-star evaluation. Behind this martial artist was a group of golden blades. As expected, the golden blades are on this Blade Peak Mountain. Yixian's heart trembled. If it was a group of golden blades, he would not be afraid. But now that there was a group of golden blades chasing after the martial artist, Yixian had no choice but to retreat. He hurriedly hid himself and watched quietly. I'll fight it out with you. The martial artist roared and rushed back. However, after he was surrounded by the golden blades, he was instantly hacked to death. F***CK, so strong. Yixian's heart trembled. He was not admiring the martial artist's strength, but was afraid of the group of golden blades. What he was most afraid of was that these golden blades moved in groups. If he provoked one, it would attract a group. Previously, he had obtained the pure gold gravel, but the other party's attribute conversion had only reached 50%. This meant that the pure gold gravel was not difficult to obtain. As for this martial artist, his strength was very close to 60%, but he was chased by a group of golden blades and then hacked to death. However, Yixian's eyes still lit up because he saw that the group of golden blades, after killing that martial artist, all returned to the Blade Peak Mountain. Haha, I'm going to take advantage of you. Yixian laughed in his heart and quickly rushed over. However, what he did not expect was that there were actually people around, and they had the same idea as him. Brat, you're courting death. A man shouted angrily and slashed out a flame slash at Yixian. Insignificant skill, Dai. Yixian directly dodged the slash. Before that, his feet had already stepped out a few War Dragon's 10 steps. Buzz. Crack. This martial artist who wanted to take advantage of the situation had his head crushed by Yixian's kick and instantly fell to the ground. You overestimate yourself. Yixian snorted coldly. He ran to the corpse of the warrior who had been hacked to death and picked up his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring had been grazed by the golden blade. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Otherwise, Yixian would have cried. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has reached 43 points. This yin and yang ring had increased Yixian's attribute conversion by 4 points. It was a good harvest. Then, Yixian turned around and walked to the unlucky guy whose head had been crushed by his kick. He picked up the interspatial ring. Pure gold sand again? Yixian narrowed his eyes. This person's attribute conversion was only at 45%. He wasn't very strong. It seemed that the yellow sand island was more relaxed. Now, Yixian had the strength to survive on Blade Edge Island. At this moment, he was wondering if he should climb this mountain full of blades. I'll just go and take a look. If worst comes to worst, I'll just run. In any case, I have the Earth Pulse. They shouldn't be able to catch up to me. Yixian's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. He could attack enemies even if he was running. Although the group of golden blades was strong, it would be fine as long as he did not get surrounded. At this thought, he took a step forward and ran toward Blade Edge Mountain. Blade Edge Mountain. There were no blades on the mountain, only some metal blades. Yixian tried to break off one of them, but found that the benefits were very low after devouring it, so he did not bother with it. At this moment, he had already climbed up Blade Edge Mountain. Golden blades. They are very strong. If there are only one or two, I should be able to deal with them. If there is a group, I will have to run. Yixian thought to himself. After all, he had seen many black blades form blade tornadoes, so he guessed that the golden blades could do the same. Flying was not allowed on Blade Edge Island, so it would be difficult for him to avoid them. So many black blades? At this moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He found a group of black blades on Blade Edge Mountain. There were more than 100 of them. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Kill! Yixian immediately rushed over. When he got close, he suddenly used the Battle Dragon Stomp. Boom! The entire earth shook. Every step Yixian took was able to kill a black blade. In less than 3 seconds, these hundreds of black blades were all killed by him. After all, his speed was measured in units of 1,000 meters per second. He could cross dozens of meters with each step. Yixian put away all of the black blades. His strength had increased slightly, and his chi had also recovered to its peak. There were more than 100 black blades. Even someone with 60% attribute conversion would not dare to recklessly make an enemy out of them. However, Xian could kill them with ease. It was not that no one saw this scene. A person in a white cloud in the sky had a panoramic view. This kid really is hiding his strength. He can kill over 100 black blades in 3 seconds without making a move. His strength is already at 6 stars. This person was Tornado, who was in charge of Blade Edge Island. Although there was a flight restriction formation here, he was not affected because of his strength. However, what he didn't understand was why Xian had to hide his strength. If he had a 6-star evaluation at the beginning, then he would have been able to enter the Blade Edge Island in the 3rd hour. He would have been able to buy a lot of time. However, he was too far away, so he did not know that Xian had comprehended the ultimacy. He also did not know that the weapon in Xian's hand was a virtual god weapon. However, he continued to follow and observe. At this time, it had been more than 10 minutes since Xian entered Blade Edge Mountain. In this half an hour, he had killed several groups of black blades. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. With his extraordinary recovery speed, he did not need to rest at all. He did not need to recover. He just killed his way up. That's strange. That person encountered the golden blades not long after he went up. I've been here for more than 10 minutes. Why haven't I seen them yet? Xian was very helpless. However, he really did get what he wanted. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he found a trace of gold on the blade's peak mountain. A golden blade. I finally found it, and it's alone. You're finished. Xian's eyes lit up. He estimated that the value of this golden blade was at least equivalent to 500 black blades. In an instant, Xian rushed over. The golden blade also discovered Xian and used its 2 golden blade legs to welcome him. Sword of Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth pulsation. Before this golden blade could get close, several golden blades were first shaken off by the Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Then they were immediately struck by the Sword of Earth splitting and disintegrated instantly. I killed the golden blade in 1 hit. My attack power is not bad. Xian was very satisfied. Chapter 558. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations 6-star Slayer. The main body's golden saber was probably even tougher than a supreme-grade heaven-tier weapon. If not for the lack of enhancement, Xian could have played around with the golden saber. Unfortunately, the golden saber had no enhancement at all. It could only be used as a toy. Xian felt that he could encounter more golden sabers, so he devoured the golden saber. So much experience. If I can kill a few more, I'll probably be able to break through again. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed out. At the same time, another person entered Blade Peak Mountain. If Xian were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the 8 6-star rated people from the other day. A 6-star rated person with an invitation card would have at least 60% attribute conversion. His actual combat power would definitely surpass that of a 6-star. Xian, who did not know this, was still pacing around Blade Peak Mountain. So the golden sabers aren't as scary as I thought. As long as there aren't more than 10 of them, I can easily deal with them. Xian was still slaughtering the black and golden sabers. Now, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if he encountered a group of golden sabers, he was confident that he could exhaust them to death. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 44 points. The system notified. Finally, he broke through. Seems like it's still hard to level up by killing monsters. The fastest way is still to kill. Xian shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, those experts were scattered across the 5 islands. There were not many experts on Blade Peak Island. Those 5.5-star rated experts might have already obtained golden sabers and gone to other islands. Rumble. Just as Xian broke through, a rumbling sound came from afar. Xian raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "There's still someone on Blade Peak Mountain." Someone was here. This was a good sign. If it was an easy target, he would go over. Immediately, he rushed in that direction. Not long after, he saw a group of golden sabers chasing after a young man. F***CK. I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen a group of golden blades. Yixian rolled his eyes. He didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that he didn't encounter a group of golden blades. He narrowed his eyes and discovered that the young man being chased was actually one of the 8 6-star experts. His eyes immediately lit up. If he were to fight one-on-one, he might have to fight a tough battle. However, it was not a one-on-one battle. That young man was being chased by 7 golden blades. If he didn't take advantage of this situation, how could it be justified? Kill! Yixian's eyes flashed as he swiftly swept over. In this world of the strong, he would not show mercy because he knew that if he was the one being hunted down and the young man saw it, he would definitely do the same. Damn it! The young man also noticed Yixian and immediately cursed. Then he shouted, "Sir, help me kill these golden blades, and we'll split them equally." Split equally? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He could slowly deal with these golden blades. Why would he need to team up with someone else? Moreover, the young man's universe ring was the real deal. If he got it, he could at least break through once. Cut the crap and die, Yixian shouted and took a step forward with his right foot. Battle Dragons, 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. This attack directly passed through the group of golden blades and blasted toward the young man. What? The young man was shocked and hurriedly gathered his attribute True Qi at his feet. Although he was still hit, his fire attribute True Qi blocked a lot of the impact. However, his feet couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the golden blades closed the distance between them. What kind of martial art is this? How can it be so powerful? The young man was very puzzled. At this time, he only thought that this martial art was powerful. He didn't expect it to be the weakest Earth attribute martial art that had only merged with the profound meaning of Earth. However, that kick just now was just an appetizer. Bang, bang, bang. Yixian's feet quickly alternated as he continuously used the Battle Dragon's 10 steps that had merged with the Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. Even if the young man had fire attribute True Qi, he couldn't block such a frequent attack. After all, he still had to defend against those golden blades. Although Yixian's Battle Dragon's 10 steps didn't hit every time, it was enough that one of the 3 strikes could hit the young man. Crack! When the 3rd Battle Dragon's 10 steps that contained the Pulse of the Earth landed on the young man's feet, a unique, crisp sound finally rang out. This was the sound of the young man's bones shattering. Not good. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect to fall in such a damned place. He also didn't expect that he would be attacked by countless golden blades. Yixian didn't want the young man to be hacked to death by the golden blades. What if they broke the universe ring? Therefore, he started to clean up the golden blades. Sword of the Earth, splitting. Battle Dragons, 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd layer. A series of explosions rang out as Yixian slashed out 5 Sword of the Earth, splitting, disintegrating one of the golden blades. This scene fell into the young man's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. So strong. This person's attack power is so strong. Who is he? Why didn't he show off when we were on the back of the 9 firmament's great cloud rock? Why did he give up on the guidance of the Dominator? The young man had many questions in his heart, but he was in no mood to ask them now that he was in danger. He had to escape, or he might die here. Boom! The 2nd golden blade fell. Boom! The 3rd golden blade fell. At this moment, only 4 golden blades were left chasing after the young man. Kid, I won't let you go just like that. Yixian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a golden blade. He then slashed the ground with the Sword of the Earth, splitting. The Sword of the Earth splitting that he used just now was thrown out, so the young man didn't notice it. When the young man felt something was wrong, a cold light suddenly swept out from under his feet and hit his left hand. Rip! A broken arm flew up. What? The young man's eyes widened. He didn't expect this. His interspatial ring contained a large number of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, as well as the 5 elements tokens that he had spent a day collecting. He couldn't lose them. I'll fight it out with you. The young man made up his mind. He gripped his long sword tightly and rushed back. However, Right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over and caught his severed arm. It was Yi Xian. Ha! The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, he couldn't help but smile. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. Chapter 559. Translator, Transin Editor, Transmeditation C. Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. This time, it was another huge breakthrough as it increased by 3 points. The young man was the young city lord of one of the big cities in Luoxia region. His interspatial ring contained unimaginable wealth. However, all of it went to Yi Xian. Ha! Die! Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged as a large amount of demonic aura gushed out from his body and condensed into the shadow of a demon god. He had not used the demon god chapter from the beginning so that he could unleash his power at this moment. Now the time had come. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Sword of the Earth splitting. Pulse of the Earth. The young man only felt his eyes flicker as if the entire world was shaken. In the next moment, he saw the 4 golden blades in front of him disintegrate instantly. Strong. So strong. This was his first reaction, and also his last reaction. Kacha! A crisp sound was transmitted into his mind. Then, his vision quickly blurred. His head had been shattered by Yi Xian. Plop! The young man's body fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 4 golden blades also fell. Yi Xian instantly exploded and killed them. This was his true strength. Even a 6-star person was killed by me. With my strength, I should be able to squeeze into the top 10 among these 1,000 people, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not become arrogant. After all, he could not reveal the Bahuang sword. Without the Bahuang sword, he was at most a 6-star person. Those 6-star people usually hid their strength. Who knows, there might be a few who could achieve 70% conversion. After pausing for a moment, he kept the corpses of the golden blades and began to investigate the items inside. Just now, he had devoured the cultivation resources and did not take a closer look. This person's status was definitely not low. Who knows, he might have something good. Fiery stone, pure gold sand? Yi Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect this young man to have been to 2 islands. This was too good for him. With the addition of the golden blade, he now had 3 tokens of the 5 elements. Right now, I'm still not strong enough. Let's first explore this Blade Peak mountain, then go to wood and water. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared in a flash. It had only been a day, but he had already collected 3 tokens. Perhaps the first batch of 7-star evaluators had already collected 5 tokens? He didn't dare be negligent, because there were only 10 spots to enter the 5-element pool, and the time was determined according to the number of spots. However, what he did not know was that his actions were seen by Tornado. To think that this brat's strength is so terrifying, since the 1,000 Demon sect was able to nurture such a genius. I reckon that they wouldn't decline too far. Tornado narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was wondering if he should get closer to observe Yi Xian and see what kind of trump cards he had. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, with Yi Xian's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to collect the 5 elements tokens. After this round, wouldn't he find out in the second round? Tornado stood high in the sky, watching Yi Xian. He watched as Yi Xian walked around Blade Peak Mountain, killing the black and golden blades. Does this brown one go around Blade Peak Mountain and collect all the golden blades? After realizing Yi Xian's intentions, Tornado didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, then the others wouldn't be able to complete the task. However, there was a fixed number of golden blades on Blade Peak Mountain. Tornado knew how many golden blades there were on Blade Peak Mountain. Moreover, before Yi Xian came to Blade Peak Mountain, someone had already obtained a golden blade and left. Below, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was watching him. He killed his way from the south to the north, killing more than 100 golden blades. I've only improved a little. It's too slow. Let's go to an island. Yi Xian shook his head. If he lost a spot to enter the 5-element pool because of collecting these golden blades, then the loss outweighed the gain. His goal was to enter the top 10. He immediately left Blade Edge Island and tried to get his bearings. Blade Peak Island was the Metal Island, the left was the Earth Island, and the right was the Wood Island. This time, he was under the Isle of Wood, then the Isle of Water, and finally the Isle of Ice. Finally, he would be able to enter the Central Isle. However, when he arrived at the edge of Blade Peak Island and saw the Wood Island, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Someone has already reached the Central Island. I hope everyone will work hard and be careful. Yixian recognized this voice. It belonged to the Luosha region's domain lord. Yixian exclaimed inwardly, "Sure enough, someone reached Blade Peak Mountain before me and obtained a golden blade. I don't know who this person is, but first place gets to soak in the 5-element pool for 10 days first." He didn't dare to delay and jumped into the sea. Only the 5-element island had a forbidden space formation. This sea had one as well. Those who weren't strong enough had to swim obediently. Yixian had a bloodline, so he swam extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the Wood Island. Yixian didn't know the name of this Wood Island, but he knew that this Wood Island should be very dangerous. After all, he had seen a few people come from the Earth Island, but he had never seen the Wood Island before. The Wood Element's attack power isn't strong, but it has many effects. This Wood Island should be poisonous. Yixian reminded himself in his heart. He wasn't afraid of poison. After all, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. As long as his strength continued to increase, his resistance to poison would also increase. However, not all poisons could be detoxified immediately. If he was poisoned by a paralyzing poison and was killed while he was detoxifying, that would be terrible. Yixian reached the Wood Island. He guessed that the tokens of the 5 elements should be at the center of each island. Now that someone had already reached the center island, he had to hurry. He rushed straight to the center. Previously, on Blade Edge Island, Yixian had seen quite a few heavenly and earthly treasures, but this island of wood was even more terrifying. Heavenly and earthly treasures could be seen everywhere, so Yixian was extremely happy to receive them. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions fell into Yixian's ears. Yixian was stunned. Without thinking, he rushed toward the source of the sounds. This time, it was a battle between 2 people. Scram! I found this tranquil seed first. Rare treasures belong to the capable. So what if you found it first? Didn't I pluck it first? You're courting death. 2 quarreling voices came. Yixian looked around and saw that 2 people were fighting. However, he focused his attention on the conversation between the 2 of them. Tranquil seed? It was actually the tranquil seed. Yixian's eyes lit up. Chapter 560. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Demon God Transformation. Yixian had tried to fuse the demon god's projection into his body after hearing Tornado's words, but the system had notified him that his realm was not high enough. It was still the same now. However, if he obtained some things, he could bring it forward. For example, the meditation seed. The meditation seed. If I can get the meditation seed, I can fuse the demon god's projection into my body. When that happens, I will be a demon god. Yixian was overjoyed. He observed for a moment and realized that these 2 people were not very strong. At most, they had a 5.5-star evaluation. He had even killed a 6-star evaluation. What was a 5.5-star evaluation to him? Let me be the fisherman one more time. Yixian instantly charged out of the forest. What? The 2 people turned around in shock. Then, their heads buzzed as 2 war dragons 10 steps, imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth, shattered their heads. Instant kill. Yixian's strength had already grown to such a terrifying level just by moving his feet. After the 2 people died, Yixian quickly went over and took their interspatial rings. Sure enough, there was a green seed in one of the rings. It looked a little like a bloodline seed. This was the meditation seed. Ding! Will the host fuse with the demon god's projection? Yes. After Yixian answered in his mind, the meditation seed in the Devourer space disappeared. Ding! The fusion of the demon god's projection is successful. The host has learned the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique. Demon God Transformation. Success. Yixian's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately used the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique. A large amount of demonic qi surged out of his body and condensed into the demon god's projection. This was no different from the demon god chapter. However, this was not the end. After the demon god's projection appeared, it suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly expanded. So strong. It's at least twice as strong as the demon god chapter. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. He was thinking that if he had been able to fuse with the demon god Phantom back on Blade Peak Mountain, he would have been able to finish off the 6-star rated youth even without using the Bahuang sword. In other words, he could now put away the Bahuang sword as a trump card. I'll keep the Bahuang sword for now and use the demon god transformation. Yi Xian put away the Bahuang sword and casually took out a high-quality heaven artifact. Although the demonic god transformation was powerful, when it was used, 4/5 of Yi Xian's true qi would be drained. The more true qi he consumed, the stronger his amplification would be. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it as a trump card. Now that he could fuse with the demonic god's phantom, he had the ability to compete with those geniuses. Therefore, he had to hurry up. The sooner he collected the 5 elements token, the sooner he could go to the central island and obtain the title. Yi Xian fused with the demon god's phantom and charged toward the center of the Isle of Wood with his black eyes. The center of the Isle of Wood was still a forest, but there was a special danger here. It was the demon tree that Yi Xian had encountered before. Yi Xian casually killed a person and obtained the so-called sacred seed of life. The sacred seed of life was a good thing. It was a holy item for healing. However, Yi Xian already had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. It was equivalent to devouring the sacred seed of life at all times. Then, Yi Xian quickly left the Isle of Wood and headed for the Isle of Water. At this time, he had already obtained 4 tokens. As long as he obtained the Star of the Ocean, he could go to the central island. However, just as he was about to enter the sea, a second person has already reached the central island. He is currently in 2nd place. The Luoxia region's domain ruler's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian was startled, but suddenly felt a sense of hope. Now that a second person had reached the central island, he might be able to snatch the top 3. 3rd place would be able to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. Yi Xian estimated that if he were to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days, it would be enough to raise his attribute affinity to the upper epic level. At that time, his attack would have a qualitative leap. However, when he arrived at the Isle of Water, damn, is the Isle of Water a donut? Is it the center of the island or the sea? Yi Xian was speechless. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain the Star of the Ocean, he would have to go to the bottom of the sea. He also understood that there should be an array at the bottom of the Isle of Water. Yi Xian didn't even think as he directly jumped into the sea. Damn, it's so cold. As soon as he jumped in, his whole body shivered. The water here was much colder than the water outside. Most people can only stay here for an hour. But I have the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. I can maintain my body temperature and breathe underwater. I have an advantage over others. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately dove in. Several bloodlines immediately came into play. The bottom of the sea was very dark, but Yi Xian could see clearly. After jumping in, he kept diving. He estimated that the Star of the Ocean should be in the depths. He dived for a while. Boom, boom, boom. There was a flash of light in the distance, as well as some impact. As expected, the bottom of the sea was still dangerous. Of course, it could also be 2 humans fighting. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. If 2 humans were fighting, it could be because they were fighting for the Star of the Ocean. However, he was disappointed. The 2 people who were fighting were not both humans. Only one of them was fighting with an undersea saint beast. When Yi Xian went over, he just happened to kill the undersea saint beast and quickly put away the corpse. However, Yi Xian's sharp eyes saw that after the sacred beast died, a part of its body glowed. The Star of the Ocean. A thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately rushed over. You want to steal it? You're courting death. The young man instantly charged at Yi Xian. Although they were at the bottom of the sea, he happened to be of the water attribute. so his attack power would not be reduced by much. At this moment, Yixian noticed that the young man seemed to be one of the 8 6-star experts. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up. "You can only count yourself unlucky to have met me." Yixian's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the demon god Shadow and merged it into his body. He held the Bahuang sword in his hand and slashed several earth-shattering swords in front of him. The earth-shattering swords, which contained the pulse of the earth, broke through the water and instantly dispersed the young man's water attribute chi. What? The young man did not expect his attack to be broken. He was a little careless because he was unfamiliar with Yixian. "You want to kill me with this little bit of skill? Dream on." The young man clenched his teeth and used his trump card. Water Dragon Burst. The earth-shattering swords were instantly swallowed by the young man's Water Dragon. However, the earth-shattering swords were not to be trifled with. The Water Dragon had just formed when it was on the verge of collapse. Water Dragon, swallow him. Chapter 561. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations Central Island of. Yixian snorted and charged forward with Dragon War Stomp. The Water Dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yixian in one gulp. However, in the next moment, its body violently shook, creating a violent impact that shook away the surrounding water, forming a vacuum space. Yixian, on the other hand, dashed toward the young man unscathed. Earth-shattering sword. Yixian swung his sword a few more times. His attack was blocked due to the distance just now. Now that they were 1,000 meters apart, the young man would not be able to block his attack so easily. Run! Seeing that his water dragon was destroyed, the young man immediately turned around and fled. However, how could he be faster than Yixian, who had the bloodline of the bladefish and had advanced his agility 3 times? "You still want to run?" Yixian quickly caught up with him and waved his Bahuang sword crazily, blocking the young man's escape route. Die! In the next moment, Yixian released his killer move. The young man was unable to block it and was cut into pieces by the earth-shattering sword. Dead. Star of the Ocean. Yixian's eyes lit up. He quickly dashed over and kept the young man's interspatial ring. Indeed, the source of light in the sacred beast's corpse was a stone that looked like a starfish. It should be the so-called Star of the Ocean. Now that Yixian had collected all 5 elements tokens, he would be third as long as he reached the central island. Let's go. Yixian quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag and swam to the shore. After identifying the location, he swam toward the central island. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The 5 elements formation had 5 elemental islands, and the central island was in the middle. Yixian quickly swam over because there was no third place yet. If he could get the third place, he could stay in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. 8 days. He had heard that a legendary prodigy had appeared in the 5 elements pool. He estimated that if he soaked in it for 8 days, his affinity with the earth element would at least increase to the upper epic level. It was even possible for him to reach the legendary level. Charge! Yixian could not care less. At this moment, he was thinking that even if he met someone along the way, he would not make a move. He would fight for third place first. However, what he wished for really happened. When he saw the central island, there was actually a person from the neighboring Fire Island who wanted to go to the central island. F***CK, what a coincidence. Yixian was stunned for a moment. He could feel the aura from thousands of meters away, so he could not fall behind. As the sky was rather dark, the other party had only discovered Yixian and did not know who Yixian was. However, there was actually someone who wanted to snatch his third place. Courting death. You bastard, you want to steal my third place? Don't even think about it. The young man's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards Yixian. In terms of distance, he was closer than Yixian, but he suddenly turned back because he felt that Yixian was faster than him. If the two of them were to compete, Yixian would definitely reach the central island faster. You're coming towards me. How dare you overestimate yourself? Fine, I'll send you to hell. Yixian took out the Bahuang sword, stomped his feet, and flew towards his opponent. Demon God, Transformation, Sword of the Earth-Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, second level. When his opponent got close, Xian did not hesitate to attack. His opponent was slower than him, but he could not detect much. Fortunately, his opponent was of the fire attribute. In the sea, the power of his attack would be greatly reduced. Xian's Sword of the Earth Shattering took 3 flaming sword chis from his opponent to break through. The gap was instantly exposed. How strong? I can't fight him. Retreat. The young man's face darkened as he quickly turned back. You want to run after showing off? Xian did not want to find trouble with him, but his opponent was clearly in front of him, yet he came looking for trouble. You can come and go as you please, but it won't be that easy to leave. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, second level. Xian attacked crazily and blocked his opponent's escape route. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. He estimated that his speed in the sea was the fastest among the 1,000 geniuses. Definitely the best. Bang, bang, bang. Xian's legs alternated rapidly and caught up with his opponent in the blink of an eye. Not good. The other party's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he take the initiative to provoke Xian? If he hadn't provoked him just now, getting 4th place wouldn't be bad. After all, it was only 1 day less. But now, he had to bear the wrath of Xian. There was a possibility of dying. No, it was not a possibility. He would definitely die. Die. Xian stomped his feet and waved his Bahuang sword crazily. In a second, he sent out more than 20 slashes. These 20 swords of the earth shattering easily broke through the sea water that could freeze a strength realm martial artist to death and swept towards the young man. The angles of these attacks were extremely tricky. According to Xian's estimations, this youth would definitely die under these series of attacks. Sure enough, it was just as Xian expected. After blocking 3 of the swords of the earth shattering, the young man was hit by the remaining swords of the earth shattering. His entire body exploded in the sea. You overestimate yourself. Xian snorted coldly. He swept over and put away the interspatial ring. This young man was also one of the 8 6-star geniuses. Unfortunately, he met Xian in the sea. Now, Xian had personally killed 3 6-star geniuses. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 48 points. 48 points. Only 2 points left from 50%. After his opponent died, Xian did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly swam towards the central island. A minute later, he successfully landed on the central island. Oh, another one came. A surprised voice sounded out. Xian raised his head to look and saw a person in the air. The 5 elements Great Array had a space restriction array. Even the strongest geniuses could not fly. Since this person was able to stand in the sky, he was naturally someone beside the Wuxia region's domain master. You are third. Come with me. The old man smiled at Xian. Then, he slowly flew in a direction. Xian used his true qi to dry the water and followed him. Soon, he saw a small palace that was emitting golden light under the night sky. There was a group of people in front of the palace's gate. Oh! When this group of people saw Xian, they all looked at him in surprise. After all, these people had never seen Xian before. Little brother, take out the 5 elements tokens. If they are correct, you will be third. If they are wrong, you will be eliminated. The old man who led Xian here just now landed on the ground. Xian nodded. Then, he took out the tokens one by one from the devouring space. Chapter 562. Translator. Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations 5 Elements Pool. Not bad. All 5 of them are correct. You are the 3rd place of the first round of the 100 Territories Summit. The old man nodded. He did not take away Xian's items. Although the Wuxia region's domain leader did not take out a sample for these geniuses to see, what was the use of being a genius if they did not even have this much insight? Yes. Xian's lips curled up slightly. He did not expect that he would be able to squeeze into the top 3. His original plan was to be in the top 10. After obtaining the rankings, Xian's gaze fell on the others. He felt a little strange, because he did not find the first and second place among this group of experts. Could it be that they have already entered the 5 elements pool? Yixian thought to himself. Only then did he remember that this was to save time. The first place was rewarded with 10 days of immersion in the 5 elements pool. The second place was rewarded with 9 days of immersion. Yixian was third and could immerse himself in the pool for 8 days. If he immersed himself in the pool by himself, it would take 2 months. Therefore, he was sure that the first and second place had already entered the 5 elements pool. Kid, I see a large amount of demonic aura on your body. Which force are you from? At this time, the Wuxia region's domain leader suddenly asked. I am from the Thousand Demons sect in the Green Cliff region. Yixian replied. Oh, the Thousand Demons sect, the sect established by Old Devil One thousands of years ago. The Wuxia region's domain leader nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. He said directly, then you can go in. You're the third place, so you can immerse yourself in the pool for 8 days. Let's go, I will bring you in. The old man from before walked over and directly brought Yixian into the palace. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this group of experts had concealed their auras. Otherwise, if all of them were to be released, he would not be able to breathe. Kid, don't jump in recklessly later. The 5 elements pool was formed by the 5 elements great array after thousands of years. The 5 elements reinforce and counteract each other. Each element is gathered from the 5 islands. Every drop is very precious. When you come out, you must shake the water dry before coming out, the old man reminded him. Junior knows. Yixian nodded. Very soon, the old man brought Yixian to a small room. The moment the door was opened, Yixian could smell a dense spiritual energy. 5 elements pool. Yixian widened his eyes and looked at the square pool in front of him. This square pool was only 10 meters long. What? Just one? He was a little surprised. He thought that the 5 element pool will be the 5 pools of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He didn't expect them to be together. At this moment, there were already 2 figures in the 5 elements pool, a man and a woman. Yixian had seen this man before. It was Li Xiao, who had fought with the stone puppet before. As for that woman, Yixian had never seen her before. At this moment, she had concealed her aura, so Yixian could not see through her. All right, take off your Cosmos ring and enter, Elder said. Yes. Yixian nodded and walked over. After taking off his Cosmos ring, he slowly entered the pool. When his body was immersed in the 5 elements pool, he felt 5 types of energy enter his body. At this moment, he understood that the 5 elements pool did not only increase the highest attribute, but also increase all 5 attributes together. At this moment, Yixian noticed that there was an old man sitting in the corner of the small room. He should be the old man guarding the 5 elements pool. His strength was unfathomable. You're third. When Yixian was about to close his eyes and wait for 8 days, Li Xiao suddenly opened his eyes in another corner. That's right. Yixian nodded. That's not bad. Where are you from? Li Xiao asked again. Green Cliff region, a small sect. Yixian casually replied. If Green Cliff region and Wuxia region were to be compared, the former was like a baby. Naturally, the sects were not up to par, so it could only be called a small sect. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Li Xiao's eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could feel that Yixian was not strong. He was probably just a kid with good luck. This was good. When it came to the second round of the 100 Territory Summit, he would have one less opponent. Li Xiao did not ask again and waited quietly. Yixian's attention fell on the other woman. This woman was around 20 years old and had a pretty face. She stood motionlessly in another corner of the pool. I've never seen her before. It seems that she's a hidden expert. I just don't know which one of them has a 7-star evaluation. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He knew that among these 1,000 experts, there would definitely be a 7-star evaluation expert. Otherwise, the first one to set out would have a 6.5-star evaluation. A 7-star evaluation meant that one's strength was very strong and would not fall behind others. Therefore, Yixian guessed that one of these 2 people had a 7-star evaluation. Or perhaps Both of them had a 7-star evaluation. My current attribute conversion is only 48, not even 50%. If I use the Demon God transformation, Earth Pulse, and Bahuang Sword, I should be able to contend with a 7-star evaluation. However, if I don't use Bahuang Sword, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them. Yixian was very conflicted. However, these things should wait until 8 days later. After all, the 5 Elements Pool's upgrade was based on each person's aptitude. Some people had very little, while others could upgrade to the legendary level. It was not certain who would emerge victorious. However, just as Yixian was soaking in the 5 Elements Pool, outside the palace, Territory Leader, the 3rd-ranked kid, has a pretty good aptitude. His attribute conversion has not reached 50% yet, but he was the first to obtain 5 tokens. Not bad. His aptitude is good, and he's very young. If he's nurtured for a few years, he might be the 2nd Huang Tianyu. This Huang Tianyu has some ambitions after entering the Warlord Palace. I wonder how he's doing and whether he has broken through to the Virtual God Realm. A group of Luoxia region experts were chatting. The Huang Tianyu that they were talking about was the genius whose attribute affinity had increased to the legendary level after soaking in the 5 Elements Pool. This genius was sent to the Warlord Palace by the Luoxia region's territory leader. After passing the examination, he successfully joined the Warlord Palace and became a palace guard. Oh ho ho, it would be best if another one appeared, the Luoxia region's territory leader said with a smile. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the central island. No one noticed his appearance. The figure held a folding fan in his hand and then silently descended. Everyone, when the white figure landed above the Luoxia region's territory leader, he suddenly spoke. Hearing this voice, everyone raised their heads in surprise, only to see a stranger standing above them. Who is it? The Luoxia region's territory leader was shocked. He was at the peak of the spirit stage and was only 1 step away from the virtual god realm. Chapter 563. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin My surname is Jiang. However, this white figure was able to silently arrive above their heads. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. The white figure waved his fan and smiled. If Yixian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was because the white figure was Jiang Tianjin, who had killed Wei Xinqian and tortured and humiliated him twice. What are you saying? The Luoxia region ruler and the others were upset. However, they understood that the white figure in front of them was an empty God realm existence. It would be easy for an empty God realm expert to kill spirit realm experts like them. They could not understand why an empty God realm expert would appear here. Is there anything I can help you with? The Luoxia region ruler asked respectfully. Jiang Tianjin did not beat around the bush and said, I know that you are holding a 100 Territories Summit. The winner will have the opportunity to enter the Warlord Hall, right? Yes. The Luoxia region ruler nodded. 3 people have already entered the 5 Elements Pool, right? What are you going to do next? Jiang Tianjin asked. What are we going to do? The leader of Luoxia region was stupefied. He turned his head and looked at the crowd. It's like this. The Battle Emperor Palace gave us 5 spots this time. Therefore, the top 10 cultivators will fight against each other, and the last 5 will be chosen. I will go to the Battle Emperor Palace and take the exam. Pairs? That's great. Jiang Tianjin smiled and said, Then I order you to put the 1st and 3rd place together. 1st and 3rd place? The Luoxia region ruler was stunned and refused. Sir, this is against the rules. Rules? What rules? Jiang Tianjin closed his fan and shouted, I am the rules. The Luoxia region ruler's expression changed. Not only that, but the others also changed. They did not understand why the 1st and 3rd place were put together. Could it be that the 1st and 3rd place had angered the white figure? May I ask who you are? The Luoxia region ruler did not answer immediately and asked, You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that my surname is Jiang. Jiang Tianjin said coldly. Ginger. When this surname fell into everyone's ears, they also looked around blankly. Only the Luoxia region's domain master reacted. Jiang, the king of Tuul's palace? The Luoxia region's domain master exclaimed. Only then did the group behind him react. It turned out that this Jiang was from the Jiang clan of the king of Tuul's hall. This young man in white who was at the virtual god realm was actually from the Jiang family. One had to know that the Luoxia region was adjacent to the Beast King Hall's Kai Tian region, not the Tuul King Hall. Then, why would the Jiang clan appear in the Battle King Hall's territory? Your Excellency, we are under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Palace. The Luoxia region's region master reminded him. The Battle King Hall, the Tuul King Hall, and the Beast King Hall used to be one entity, but they later split up, dividing the entire eastern continent into 3 parts. The Luoxia region was under the jurisdiction of the Warlord Hall. So what? I only know that I am in charge here, Jiang Tianjin said domineeringly. However, he also had the strength. A single virtual God Realm powerhouse was enough to kill everyone here and sink all 6 islands. I want to know the reason. The Luoxia region's domain master hesitated for a moment before asking. His question almost scared the group of experts behind him to death. The Luoxia region's domain master was too bold. He dared to ask so many questions in front of a virtual God Realm powerhouse. Wasn't he afraid of angering the other party and causing a massacre? Reason? It's just for fun. You can choose not to do as I say, but the consequences will be severe. Jiang Tianjin squinted his eyes. Everyone trembled. I understand. The Luoxia region's domain master finally decided to compromise. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the other party was a virtual God Realm powerhouse. Every virtual God Realm powerhouse had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Even if these huge islands were in front of them, they could easily destroy them. Hence, they could not be provoked. Then I will leave first. All right, pretend that I was never here. Jiang Tianjin laughed coldly and disappeared. Everyone present did not notice how he left. It was as if he had teleported. Speaking of which, they found it ridiculous. Was it possible to play around? If Jiang Tianjin came down to watch the battle, it would make sense. However, Jiang Tianjin actually used his strength to suppress everyone and privately set the battle order. This was too fake. I don't know. Who provoked him? The Luoxia region's domain master and the others all thought so. They still did not understand. If someone really provoked Jiang Tianjin could kill the other party with a snap of his fingers. Why would he do this? Time passed day by day. Yixian arrived on the 2nd night. He was the 3rd. After him, no one else came. On the 3rd day, the 4th came. Following that, the 5th, 6th, and 10th came. These people were very strong. None of them obtained the 5 elements token by luck. After they arrived, they were also brought into the 5 elements pool. At this time, the 5 elements pool was already filled with 10 people. The 10th could only soak in the 5 elements pool for 1 day. However, this 1 day also benefited the 10th. Although there were many people in the 5 elements pool, each person's soak time was different. After 1 day, the 10th was asked to leave the 5 elements pool. 2 days later, it was the 9th. The geniuses left one by one. In the end, only Yixian and the other 2 were left. At this time, Yixian had been in the 5 elements pool for 7 days. In another hour, he would have to leave the 5 elements pool. In these few days, Yixian's attribute affinity slowly increased. He had also been paying attention to his attribute panel. Now, his earth attribute affinity had increased to the upper epic level. He was only a little bit away from the legendary level. Increase, don't stop. Just a little bit more, and you'll reach the legendary level. Although Yixian closed his eyes and quietly waited in the corner of the 5 elements pool, he was shouting in his heart. If he could reach the legendary level, his strength would soar again. At this time, whoosh whoosh, a wind suddenly blew in the palace. The old man sitting in the corner opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The gathering of the fire attribute heaven and earth's chi of heaven and earth." Legendary? Not long after, the door of the room was violently pushed open and a group of people walked in. Who is it? The Luoxia region's domain master asked in horror. In the 5 elements pool, Yi Xian and the other woman opened their eyes and looked at Li Xiao in the other corner. Chapter 564. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor, Nioibo, Studio 3 Legends. Haha, great, I didn't expect another legend to appear this year. The Luoxia region leader was grinning from ear to ear. Huang Tianyu also reached the legend level and successfully joined the Warlord Hall. Maybe Li Xiao can do it too. 5 spots. If one of them can join the Warlord Hall, that would be great. A group of people were discussing this matter. But at that moment, huff. The water attribute chi of heaven and earth in the room suddenly increased. Oh my god, another legend. The Luoxia region leader and the others gasped. They wouldn't have come if it wasn't for them. Now, 2 of them came at once. They were really lucky. If they gave these 2 to the Warlord Hall, they could exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He was the only one left who hadn't broken through the epic level and reached the legend level. However, not long after Li Xiao and the woman increased their affinity to the fire attribute and water attribute to the legend level, ding, the host affinity to the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at the lower legend level. The earth attribute gathered again after the fire and water attributes. The room was filled with 3 types of chi of heaven and earth, almost squeezing the other 2 out of the room. The earth attribute chi of heaven and earth. How is this possible? It's too fake. The 3 of them reached the legend level almost at the same time. Is this a miracle? I remember that this should be the last day of this kid's life. The crowd was in an uproar. However, the Luoxia region leader's face turned pale in an instant. He suddenly remembered the Jiang family disciple from 8 days ago. The first place was going to fight the third place. Under normal circumstances, it was a battle of life and death. However, the first place Li Xiao and the third place Yi Xian had both increased their affinity to the legend level. The people present, including the Luoxia region leader, didn't have a legend level affinity. Yi Xian and the other 2 juniors were all legend level. If Yi Xian and Li Xiao were to fight, both of them would be injured. If Yi Xian wasn't careful, Yi Xian would die. Others might not know, but the Luoxia region leader and the others knew Li Xiao's level. Li Xiao was able to defeat Yang when he was on the back of the Cloud Eagle. However, at that time, he still had his strength. Li Xiao's Li's was to Li Xiao's to himself, to the Luoxia region leader, to Li Xiao Yang. As for Yi Xian, his affinity wasn't even 50%. His aptitude was far from Li Xiao's. This is bad. I don't know who provoked the Jiang family. If it's this brat, then it's fine. If it's Li Xiao, the Luoxia region, too. Li, too. Is Li Xiao Yang Tian. Yang. To Li Xiao. To Li. To Xiao Yang. To Tian. The Luoxia region's domain master reacted instantly. This was because Murong Shui also received a 7-star evaluation, which was also given by him personally. If Li Xiao provoked Jiang Tianjin, then Li Xiao and Murong Shui would fight. That way, both sides would suffer. That was to say, the one who provoked Jiang Tianjin wasn't Li Xiao. It was Yi Xian. Sigh. To provoke an empty god realm expert. What a pity. The Luoxia region leader shook his head helplessly. However, 8 days ago, Jiang Tianjin only asked him to put Yi Xian and Li Xiao together. If Yi Xian was strong enough or admitted defeat, there was still a chance. The Luoxia region leader wanted to accept Yi Xian and nurture Yi Xian for a few years before giving him to the Warlord Palace. Now, even if the Luoxia region leader had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to accept Yi Xian. Yi Xian had provoked an empty god realm expert. Moreover, he was from the Jiang family of the Weapon King Palace. Jiang Tianjin obviously wanted to torture Yi Xian and kill Yi Xian. How could the Luoxia region leader protect him? Kid, I don't have the ability to help you. You can only count on yourself. The Luoxia region leader thought to himself. He thought that Yi Xian must have provoked Jiang Tianjin by accident. However, due to Jiang Tianjin's identity, he didn't want to do it himself. Then, Li Xiao would do it for him. Yi Xian, Li Xiao, and Murong Shui's affinity had all increased to the legendary level. However, because they had just broken through, the Luoxia region leader didn't disturb them. Soon, Yixian's time was up. He was asked to come out. I didn't expect the 5 elements pool to be so effective. It increased my affinity to the earth element from the epic level to the legendary level. Yixian was very satisfied. He was the third, so he only had 8 days. The second place had 9 days, and the first place had 10 days. He still had to wait for 2 days. When he came out of the palace, he saw that there were already close to 100 people outside. These people were all looking at Yixian with envy. However, they also received a corresponding reward. Kid, you will stay here for 2 days. After 2 days, we will draw lots for the battle. There are 5 slots. As long as you win 1 battle, you will be sent by the region leader to participate in the Warlord Palace's Palace Guard assessment, said the old man who had brought Yixian in. Draw lots for the battle? Yixian was stunned. There were only 5 slots. In other words, the top 10 of them would fight each other in pairs. Ah, that's right. As long as I don't meet Li Xiao and Murong Shui, I have almost 100% chance of winning. Yixian was overjoyed. There were a total of 10 people who had entered the 5 elements pool. Yixian felt that these people weren't very strong, but compared to him, they were still a lot weaker. Even if he didn't use the Bahuang sword, he still had the strength to kill his opponents. It would be fine as long as he didn't meet the first or second place. However, he didn't know that the order of the battle had already been decided. Soon, 2 days had passed. The first one to come out was Murong Shui, which meant that she was the second place. Then, the first place was undoubtedly Li Xiao. Although Li Xiao had advanced to the legendary level at the same time as Yixian and Murong Shui, he was the first place. He stayed 1 day longer than Murong Shui and 2 days longer than Yixian. Coupled with his own strength, this battle was a sure win. Murong Shui was the same. As long as she didn't meet Li Xiao, her 7-star evaluation was almost guaranteed. After Li Xiao came out, the region leader of Luoxia region said loudly, "All right, the top 10 are here. Next, we will fight for the position of the palace guard of the Warlord Palace. We have already decided the order of the battle. Next, please listen carefully. The first and third place, the second and 7th place, the 4th and 6th place, the 5th and 10th place, the 8th and 9th place." Chapter 565. Translator, Nioibo, Studio Editor. Nioibo, Studio Fair. When the Luoxia region ruler's words fell into the ears of the 100 geniuses, their bodies trembled. They already knew that the affinity of the top 3 geniuses had reached the legendary level. Therefore, they thought that the Luoxia region ruler would use some tricks to separate the 3 geniuses. Who would have thought that the Luoxia region ruler would be so fair as to put the 1st and 3rd geniuses together? Oh my God, the 2 legendary geniuses are fighting for a spot. The region ruler is indeed fair. This is bad. The 3rd geniuses have good aptitude. If they fight against Li Xiao, they won't have any chance of winning. That's fine. That kid looks young. As long as they nurture him for 5 years, they can always come back next time. A group of people discussed. At the same time, Yixian was helpless. He thought that he had used up all his luck to meet Li Xiao. He was sure that he had never offended the Luoxia region ruler. However, he was guessing in his heart. He guessed that the Luoxia region's domain lord already knew of his strength, which was why he set him and Li Xiao together. This is bad. With so many people, I can't use the Bahuang sword. I might not be able to win if I only rely on other things. Yixian thought to himself. The reward for this battle was a spot to be a palace guard of the Warlord Palace. He had to enter the Warlord Palace because it was a clue left by his father. Only by entering the Warlord Palace could he get the next clue. Therefore, he had to fight. He had to defeat Li Xiao. All right, let's start from the 8th and 9th geniuses. The Luoxia region ruler sighed helplessly and said. The crowd was a little disappointed because they thought that the first battle would be between Yixian and Li Xiao. However, it did not matter. There were only 5 battles, and it would be over soon. You can admit defeat in this battle. The winner will get a spot to be a palace guard of the Warlord Palace. After hearing the Luoxia region ruler's words, the 8th and 9th geniuses stepped forward. Please, The two geniuses were about the same age, and their evaluations were 5.5 stars. Therefore, this battle might be worth watching. However, it was a pity that the person ranked 8th had a water attribute physique, while the person ranked 9th had a wood attribute physique. The water attribute was countered. Thus, the 9th ranked disciple won and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Battle King Palace's examination. Next, it was the 5th and 10th place. There was a great disparity in strength in this battle. The 5th ranked person won and obtained a spot. The third battle was between the 4th and 6th place. There was no suspense. In 4th place was the stone puppet, who had hidden his strength during the evaluation. His true combat strength had reached 6.5 star, close to 7 star, while his opponent was only 5 star, so the stone puppet easily suppressed his opponent and won. These 3 matches were just average to everyone. But in the next round, everyone's eyes widened. Murong Shui, the daughter of the mayor of one of the main cities in Wuxia region, was blessed by the heavens. She was only 22 years old, but her attribute conversion had reached 70%. After soaking in the 5 elements pool for 9 days, her water affinity had broken through to the legendary level. Her opponent was ranked 7th. Although he had also concealed his strength, he only had a rating of 5.5 stars. 22 years old and 70% attribute conversion. After hearing the discussions of the others, Xianxia also came back to his senses. He had also reached 21 years old, 1 year younger than Murong Shui. But Murong Shui's attribute conversion had surpassed his by too much. But this was to be expected. Murong Shui's father was the mayor of Wuxia region, and his attribute conversion had reached 90%. He was also a strong person. Murong Shui grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. How bad could her aptitude be? At this time, the 7th-ranked disciple walked out and said, "I've heard of Miss Murong's great name. Although I'm a little overconfident, but I still hope to receive one of Miss Murong's sword attacks." When these words came out, the surrounding people were all shocked. His attribute conversion had not even reached 60%, and he dared to say that he would receive one of Murong Shui's sword attacks. He was courting death. One had to know that the disparity in strength in this battle was too great. It was almost impossible for Murong Shui to lose, so this young man's best choice was to admit defeat. Okay. Murong Shui also walked out without hesitation. She gently pulled out her long sword and then slashed it out. This slash had an ordinary color. It was just an attack of pure chi of no attribute. However, due to the suppression of her realm, her opponent did not even have time to react before his right arm was chopped off. Rip! A severed arm was thrown up into the air. The reason this young man risked his life to come out was actually to make a good impression on the beauty. He was really bold. "Thank you for your mercy, Miss Murong." The 7th-ranked disciple expressed his gratitude. Everyone thought in their hearts, "This person is so scheming." Murong Shui defeated the 7th-ranked disciple and obtained the 4th place for the Palace Guard assessment. Then, it was time for the 5th round. This round was the key. I heard that Li Xiu's attribute conversion has also exceeded 70%. Now, his attribute affinity has increased to the legendary level. Among the geniuses present, except for Murong Shui, I don't think anyone can fight with him. That guy's attribute affinity is also legendary. It's a pity that it's a few years too late. He doesn't have the strength to contend with Li Xiu. I think he'll admit defeat immediately. Yes, that's definitely the case. Such a genius will definitely be carefully nurtured by the zone leader. He'll participate in the 100 Territories Summit in 5 years. The surrounding people were whispering to each other. However, at this moment, Xianxia slowly walked out of the crowd. What? This guy actually walked out? Could it be that he really wants to fight with Li Xiu? What kind of joke is this? Has this guy's attribute conversion reached 60%? He's really courting death. Everyone was shocked, including Li Xiu. This guy actually dares to come out. Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him with one strike? Li Xiu thought in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and did not move. He shouted, "You want to fight with me?" That's right. Xianxia had already walked out. This is the first time I've seen someone who overestimates himself. Don't think that you're qualified to challenge me just because your attribute affinity has reached the legendary level. Li Xiu still did not move. He stood in place and shouted, "How do you know that I'm overestimating myself if we haven't fought? Maybe you're the one who's overestimating yourself?" Yi Xian took out a high-quality celestial weapon. "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson." Li Xiu snorted and jumped out. He also understood that Yi Xian's aptitude must have caught the eye of the Luoxia zone leader, so he did not dare to kill him. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Come on." Chapter 566. The first profoundly Xiu's attribute conversion had already reached 70%. The martial arts he practiced were all top-notch. Moreover, his fire attribute Qi countered Yi Xian's earth attribute. More importantly, he couldn't use the Ba Huang sword in this battle. Therefore, Yi Xian was going to go all out. "Brat, I want you to see that not just any random cat or dog can challenge me." Li Xiu shouted loudly as he slashed at Yi Xian. His realm was the highest among all the geniuses. Murong Shui had only used one strike to deal with her opponent, so Li Xiu wanted to use one strike as well. This flaming sword Qi was extremely sharp. It was aimed at Yi Xian's left hand. If Yi Xian was hit by this sword Qi, his left hand would probably be incinerated in an instant. "I won't hide anymore." Demon God Transformation. Suddenly, the shadow of a demon god appeared behind Yi Xian and merged into his body. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black. This is Old Devil Wan's demon god transformation. Luoxia region's domain leader, Tornado, and the others were all shocked. When Yi Xian left Blade Island that day, Tornado didn't follow him, so he didn't know that Yi Xian had obtained the Tranquility Seed. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had learned the demon god transformation. The demon god transformation was created thousands of years ago by a void god realm elite. That person was Old Devil Wan. This Old Devil Wan was a little selfish. He didn't pass down the demon god transformation, so it was passed down after his death. But who would have thought that Yi Xian had comprehended the demon god transformation on his own? Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. So he was hiding his strength. But can you block this move? Li Xiu thought to himself. Although Yi Xian had used the demon god transformation, the surrounding elites didn't think that he could block it. At most, he could dodge. But Yi Xian didn't want to dodge. He had been hiding his strength in order to wait for this moment. Now that the time had come, what was the point of hiding it? Sword of the Earth splitting. Second level pulse of the Earth. A brownish-yellow sword Qi slashed out and collided with the flaming sword Qi. Although the Earth attribute was countered by Li Xiu's fire attribute, it was still an attribute Qi. Its power was much stronger than normal Qi. Moreover, the Sword of the Earth attribute had increased affinity, so Yi Xian could only use Earth attribute Qi to counterattack. Bang! The flaming sword Qi and the Earth Splitter sword suddenly exploded, and the shockwave swept out, shaking some people to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Yi Xian had blocked. What? The domain leader of the Luoxia region was already prepared to watch Yi Xian be killed, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to actually be able to block it. One had to know that Yi Xian's attribute conversion was only at 48%, not even 50%. Li Xiu's conversion. There was a differently. Coupled with the fact that he had an attribute advantage, the difference in attribute conversion might be close to 30%. Yi Xian was actually able to block a 30% difference in attribute conversion. Why was that? Battle Yi! Li Xiu cried out in shock. He couldn't understand. An attack that could kill someone with 60% attribute conversion was blocked by Yi Xian, who hadn't even reached 50% attribute conversion. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Even the Luoxia region's domain master and Tornado had misjudged him. Only Murong Shui frowned slightly, as if she had realized something. Is this kid more talented than Murong Shui? But the Yuan Qi he used was only about 50%. It can't be higher. The difference between 50% and 70% attribute conversion is huge. How could he block it? Li Xiu must have gone easy on him. Or was Li Xiu a paper tiger? When Li Xiu heard that, he immediately shouted, "What did you say?" The person who called him a paper tiger shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say more. Yi Xian had blocked Li Xiu's attack with the Sword of the Earth's splitting sword, which contained the second-level pulse of the Earth. Moreover, it took him 3 moves to block Li Xiu's attack. This was the difference. I don't believe you can block it again. Li Xiu shouted in his heart and slashed again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this for a long time. He slashed 3 more times. Bang! The 3 Sword of the Earth splitting sword collided with the flaming sword aura and exploded. This time, Luoxia's domain master understood. Ultimacy, earth-throbbing sword? Luoxia's domain master couldn't help but exclaim. Not only that, the surrounding experts also saw it. Earth elemental spirits were as rare as wood elemental spirits. It was relatively rare compared to the other 3 elemental spirits. However, this didn't mean that they were ignorant. They could still recognize ultimacy. What ultimacy? The surrounding people trembled. They suspected that they had misheard. Ultimacy? Impossible. How did you comprehend ultimacy? Li Xiu couldn't believe it. He had seen his flaming sword aura being shaken twice. This was the earth-throbbing sword of the ultimacy of Earth. Everyone was stunned. Luoxia's domain master was even more so. His attribute conversion had reached 100 points. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the empty God realm. However, if he wanted to break through to the empty God realm, he would need to comprehend an ultimacy. He had been stuck for several years, but he still couldn't comprehend an ultimacy. Although the 5 elements pool could increase attribute affinity, the increase was different for everyone. Luoxia's domain master had only reached the upper epic level. The 5 elements pool had no effect on him. Therefore, he had been stuck at the peak of the spirit realm and couldn't break through. However, today, he saw a super genius who had comprehended an ultimacy at the spirit realm. Unfortunately, this super genius had offended an empty God realm powerhouse. What a pity, what a pity, Luoxia's domain master and the others thought. They suddenly remembered Jiang Tianjin from 10 days ago. If he only has this much strength, I have a chance of winning. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had another advantage, and that was the anti-flight formation. On the central island, other than the experts, Li Xiu couldn't fly. This way, his battle dragon's 10 steps could be used as a trump card. When necessary, he might be able to catch his opponent off guard. Thinking about this, Yi Xian continued to attack. The Vigor Realm and Spirit Realm mainly depended on one's physique. When one reached the Essence Realm, the increase in physique would not be as great. It was the same for the Spirit Realm. In terms of physique, Yi Xian's physique was about the same as Li Xiu's. However, his attack speed was faster than his opponent's. After all, he still had the Fist Emperor bloodline, which could increase his attack speed by 30%. Sword of the Earth splitting, Sword of the Earth splitting, Sword of the Earth splitting. Yi Xian stepped on the battle dragon's stomp as he attacked. Chapter 567. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Pulsating Guard. I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu felt humiliated. He roared and began to attack crazily. Now, he dared not underestimate Yi Xian. If he lost, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, Yi Xian saw Li Xiu attack. This was a good opportunity. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's Pulsation 2 steps. Although the Battle Dragon Stomp was the lowest level of Earth attribute martial arts, it was extremely powerful after incorporating the Earth's Pulsation. Yi Xian had used it to shatter quite a few people's heads, as well as their leg bones. This time, it was a great opportunity. Wang, Li Xiu, who was attacking, suddenly felt a roar in his head and pain in his legs. His first reaction was to know that he had been hit. In the blink of an eye, his fire attribute, true energy, gushed out and protected his feet. But at this moment, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword arrived. Pung! Li Xiu's reaction was quite fast. He casually slashed apart the earth-splitting sword. Otherwise, this sword would have been enough to take his life. My attributes are restrained. This is terrible. Yi Xian was helpless. He thought that if Li Xiu's true energy was of the metal attribute, he would have the upper hand now. Pung! 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 The roars fell into the ears of the surrounding people. They were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground. A person with less than 50% attribute conversion could actually challenge someone with 70% attribute conversion using ultimacy. This ultimacy was so powerful. This is too scary. If this kid had the same attribute conversion as Li Xiu would have been killed instantly. The Luoxia region governor thought to himself. At the same time, he was very envious because Yi Xian had comprehended ultimacy. This meant that as long as Yi Xian's attribute conversion reached 100, he would be able to break through to the virtual god realm without any shackles. 3 earth-splitting swords can only block 1 flaming sword aura from the opponent. But my move is very insidious. The opponent can't find the time to attack me and is in a passive position. Yi Xian thought as he attacked. He was able to suppress Li Xiu temporarily because he took the opportunity to attack while Li Xiu was in a daze. If he had taken out the Bahuang sword, Li Xiu would have been a corpse. Unfortunately, he did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was perfectly justified to kill and rob others of their treasures. If a virtual god weapon appeared, it was understandable that the Luoxia region's domain master would kill everyone here. Earth-splitting sword. Battle dragons, 10 steps. Earth's 2 waves. Yi Xian's to say, Li Xiu be as Li. Li Xiu had to defend against the earth-splitting sword while also defending against the war dragon stomp. At this moment, he was already cursing Yi Xian in his heart. Ye editors Fox, as art_editors Lucas_Lily translation, Li Xiu to die, to kill Fan, as guard as Liaz. Originally, Yi Xian's attribute affinity had reached the legendary level, which made him very unhappy. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the ultimacy, Li Xiu was enraged. Li Xiu enjoyed the discussions of the people around him. However, after Yi Xian appeared, he was kicked out of the group. All the discussions revolved around Yi Xian. This made him very unhappy. This kid is so strong. After this, the governor might make an exception and let him join us for the assessment. This is not a good thing for me, Li Xiu thought. He was very confident that he would join the Warlord Hall. Murong Shue's appearance was within his expectations. But now, there was another Yi Xian. This meant that if they joined the Warlord Hall successfully, the 3 of them would be valued by the Warlord Hall. How could it be the same to value 3 people and 1 person? Most importantly, if Yi Xian joined the Warlord Hall successfully, the Warlord Hall would definitely nurture Yi Xian first. When that time came, he and Murong Shue would be in an awkward situation. Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. Kill, I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu roared in his heart. His aura suddenly surged. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Li Xiu still had a trump card. Although the increase in strength of Li Xiu's martial arts couldn't compare to the Demon God chapter, the gap between Yi Xian and him wasn't too big. With this increase in strength, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Die, kid. After Li Xiu's aura surged, he quickly charged at Yi Xian. Sword of the Earth, splitting. Battle dragons, 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yi Xian quickly made his move. At this moment, his face had sunk to the bottom. Li Xiu's strength had far surpassed his. If he persisted, there was a high possibility of an accident. Although he had the blood of the sacred tree of life in his body, Li Xiu's qi was of the fire attribute and had the effect of burning. If he was grazed, Yi Xian would be in danger. Admit defeat, or take out the Bahuang sword and kill Li Xiu. Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. If he took out the Bahuang sword, he did have the ability to kill Li Xiu. However, he could not guarantee that the Luoxia region's domain leader would not be jealous. Even if he had to kill everyone, he must obtain the Bahuang sword. He did not dare to take the risk. No, he could not take the risk. If he died, what would happen to Sky Water Island? What would happen to Song Sui Jing and the others? Admit defeat? Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Sometimes it was necessary to admit defeat. After all, where there was life, there was hope. Although he would lose the quota this time, he heard that there were more than 1 quota in Warlord Palace. Yi Xian did not use an invitation card at the 100 Leaders Summit, so this was not his only chance. Kid, go to hell. Li Xiu slashed at Yi Xian with all his strength. Yi Xian was ready to admit defeat, but when he stepped on the floor, ding! Host has comprehended the pulsating guard. What? Yi Xian was stunned. Pulsating guard? He hurriedly glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional ultimacy. No, it was the pulsating earth ultimacy. There was an additional branch, the pulsating guard. He hurriedly sensed it. Immediately after, a special energy surged out of his body. Bang! 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 The three earth-shattering swords collided with the flaming sword chi. Even though it contained the pulsating earth ultimacy, it was unable to disperse the flaming sword chi. Yi Xian widened his eyes as he watched the flaming sword chi hit his body. No, it should have hit the special energy outside his body. Bang! The flaming sword chi shook twice in an instant and then dissipated. This, Yi Xian was stunned. The pulsating guard, as the name suggested, used the pulsating earth ultimacy for defense. The pulsating earth ultimacy was used for offense, while the pulsating guard was used for defense. Furthermore, the pulsating guard was the same as the pulsating earth ultimacy. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Xian's eyes